Road. I'm sure we'll hear more from on this matter from the speakers later, but it's quite apparent, and it's not disputed, that at certain times of the day, being school drop-off and collection times, New Inn Road is used for parking, which results in congestion and an influx of users at these pinch points in the day. This is an existing issue. It is unrelated to and beyond the control of the applicant and the authority, and the Hampshire Highways have raised no objection and do not consider that the proposal would generate such a level of activity that would result in adverse highway safety issues. In respect of flooding, drainage and surface water runoff, again, it's not disputed that this is an existing issue experienced by residents, particularly at Oakfield Road. However, it's not the case that the proposed development would simply displace the water which otherwise would be held on the site into surrounding properties. The applicant has undertaken lengthy consultation with the lead local flood authority, and a drainage solution has been proposed which the LLFA have not raised an objection to on the basis that they are satisfied with the arrangements. In respect of design and the visual impact of the proposed development, there will of course be a change in the character of the site on the basis that this is currently an agricultural field. The topography of the site does fall away to the southwestern corner, and the ridgelines of the dwellings somewhat take account of this. Just going to flip back to the elevations whilst I'm talking. The dwellings would not exceed 100 square metres in floor space, which is the policy requirement, and they would be constructed using materials and finishes supported within the authority's design guide. In terms of neighbouring amenity, again, there would be a change in the outlook, primarily for the occupiers at Oakfield Road. There would be a small green buffer between the boundaries so that the new plots would not immediately adjoin the existing properties at Oakfield Road. And in combination with the back-to-back distances and arrangement of the fenestration, the development is not considered to give rise to significantly harmful amenity impacts. Just to clarify as well, I touched on this at the start, that comments have been made that the dwellings have been moved 5 metres closer to the southern boundary, which I believe is incorrect. The plans actually show that the semi-detached pair, which is this pair here, have moved 1 metre further away from that boundary. Other considerations are set out in the report, and I'd be happy to answer questions on these. However, there are no outstanding objections from consultees, and overall this application is considered policy compliant and therefore subject to the completion of a legal agreement and permissions recommended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Carly. Are there any questions, points of clarification from members, please? So I've got Gavin, then Bryce.
Thanks, Carly. Just a very simple one. On paragraph 8.5 towards the end, we talk about the 10-year split, but it's not precise in its wording. So can I just have clarification on what the 10-year split will be, if at all, on the site?
So like I say, within their legal agreement, they're seeking the flexibility to allow up to 30%, so 3 of the units to be available for shared ownership, and then the remainder to be affordable rented, which, as I said, is quite close to our policy target of 25/75. So it's likely, like I said, we would have no policy objection to that.
And is that flexibility as a response to rising costs likely over the span of this? I'm unsure why they want flexibility. All I'm saying is I'm unsure why they want flexibility, so I'm now speculating that it may be because they need to buffer against rising costs over the lifespan of the development.
Chairman, if I may, I mean, these are sort of viability driven to an extent, and I think it's really important to stress that the 10-year mix that's referred to in the local plan is a target and a guide. It's not written there in absolute terms. And I think, as you've heard already, as from the officer's point of view, we consider 70-30 split as being pretty close to the 75-25 target that's set out in the local plan, and we're not quibbling with that.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair. I just would ask, though, that we have clarity in the report so we do actually understand what the facts are when we read them. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Bryce, you had a question.
I was just wondering if you would be able to comment specifically on the concerns raised about design. there's a number of them. Do any of them warrant a particular response from you, in your opinion? Specifically, the degree to which they're out of keeping with the local area, both in terms of layout, design, and the nature of the accommodation, and the adverse impact upon the visual amenity. Specifically those elements. And also when you mentioned the materials will be in keeping with the design guide, is that sort of, is that the best practice of the design guide, or or what's allowed in the design guide? As in, are we talking about timber, doors and windows, slates, or etc.?
So paragraphs 8.16 to 8.18 of the report do go into this in more detail. The concerns raised are that in terms of the appearance, they would be kind of out of keeping with the appearance of other properties within the area. In terms of the materials, they are not necessarily identical to the other properties within the area. That doesn't in itself make it unacceptable. Like I said, the materials, they propose horizontally hung stained timber cladding, which is commonly used material throughout the national park. We have no objection to that. Brick and slate roofs. It's a combination that English Rural have used elsewhere on their sites. And while it wouldn't look identical to the other properties within the area, which in themselves there is no kind of set character and appearance, it's not considered that they would appear kind of harmful and so different that it would detract from the character and appearance of the area. In terms of layout, yes, it is more of a cul-de-sac type layout, as is quite typical in this type of development. I think I've also gone into it in the report in terms of kind of densities and proximities to other neighbours. It's not that different to some of the other kind of arrangements to the south of the site. You have to remind me of your other questions.
I think that was it. I think you've covered that. I think you've covered it. Thank you.
Thanks. I've got Joe and then Mary.
I'd like some more information on the runoff water from the hard standing at this development, because it's runs down a hill, goes off down. What is going to happen? Now, can you explain where the water will go?
So, like I say, the applicant has been in quite lengthy discussion with the lead local flood authority, and the arrangement that has been agreed is that the surface water will run off into an existing ditch. But perhaps the applicant and their agent might be able to give you a bit more in-depth detail in respect of that. But as far as we're concerned, the lead local flood authority have no objection to the arrangements.
So who is, when the water runs off the side and runs off down the hill, who's responsible for the ditches being cleared, or is that out of your hands then, or out of this?
Outside of the site, the applicant, we can't impose a condition. The applicant doesn't have any control over that. There is a condition at 17, which controls the details. I think that's. But as with any property, once it leaves the site boundary, we can't control it.
If I could just come in on this point, I think it's really important to stress this application is accompanied by a very detailed drainage report. That's been updated at various times. I think the last iteration was in the summer, in July. That has been the subject then of consultation with Hampshire County Council as the local lead flood authority. And in matters such as this, we have to defer to the advice that we get from our statutory consultees on matters regarding drainage. And they are completely satisfied that the proposed drainage arrangements, which are set out in some detail, will be more than adequate to deal with the surface water runoff and would not exacerbate any local flooding. And the condition that the plan officer just referred to then ensures that the details of that drainage report will be adhered to in the implementation of the development should it be approved. So that's my reading of that. That's quite clear. I appreciate others have a different view based on their own local experience and what they've seen on the site, but I believe this is a flood zone 1 in this area.
Okay, thank you, Steve. That's very helpful.
I'm interested.
Can you make this fairly brief then, Joe, if it's the same point?
No, it's about the traffic entrance to the site. This is a very busy road in the mornings, but from 8:30 till 9, 10, half 9. And it is very, very close to where there's a Bartley school just up the road, and there's a lot of children. They've got no crossing attendant there for the last 12 months. Have you taken that into consideration, that you've got Rockham Close, you've got this new entrance and Oakville Road, and you've got another, there's a lot of traffic congregates there. Has that been taken into consideration with this new opening? Because it's right next to Oakville Road.
So like I say, it's not disputed that there is at pinch points in the day, quite a high number of users on New Inn Road. It is an unrestricted highway. Highways Authority haven't raised any objection. They don't consider that the additional dwellings will result in any kind of exacerbated or adverse impact in terms of vehicle movements, and that the new access has sufficient visibility splays such that highways concerns haven't been raised.
Okay. Mary, you had a point, please.
I'd just like clarity on the method of construction. Is that going to incorporate some renewable energies to help bring the energy costs down for those who are on low incomes anyway?
The method of construction is not within our control. It might be a question that you might want to ask the applicant, to be honest.
Yeah, we can cover that, but I mean, obviously, this will be caught now. Any developments going forward now are caught by the new building regulations, which, as members may be aware, in terms of thermal efficiency and insulation, the standards have been upped quite considerably. So I think compared to previous developments, this will be if you like, meeting the latest modern standards for energy efficiency.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you, Mary. Michael, you had a point.
Briefly, Chairman, thank you, if I may. Clearly, traffic here is a significant issue, which does appear to have been rather skated over in the sense that it's not the applicant's fault, but there will be issues which will arise from it. It does seem to me that there is need for some mitigation to be introduced into this application, whereby the county are made more aware of what will be the significant problems.
Michael, it's a question to the officer at this stage, because we're not in debate yet.
Yes, the question is, have we approached highways with regard to looking at this particular area in more detail to alleviate the traffic situation?
So the highways officer has commented in the context of the application. I believe that they have also been contacted by local residents as well. And like I say, they have no objection. So beyond that, there's clearly there are existing concerns. And like I say, it's not within the scope of this application to deal with those.
Chairman, just as a further part, just of elaboration on this, because I know these are very real concerns of local people, but just to flesh out that response we've had from Hampshire County Council in preparing their response, they've done a thorough analysis of all the accident data in the area. They've undertaken traffic surveys where they found out the 85th percentile average speed on that road was 31 miles per hour. They've conducted their own safety audit of the entrance and the visibility display. So this isn't what I'm trying to say here, this is not someone who's just had a cursory look at an application, seen where it is and thought, well, I'm not going to raise any objection there. It does go under some very sort of quite rigorous technical analysis by colleagues at the county council in their highways team. And that's what they're telling us quite clearly. subject, of course, to legal agreements, and there would be a highways agreement as well. Should you be minded to approve this application, it would be subject not just to a 106 legal agreement, but it would be subject to a section 278 highways legal agreement, which is another way that Hampshire County Council, as the highway authority, can ensure it's all carried out exactly as they're being told it is going to be.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Thanks much. Joe, another question for officers?
Yeah. The other question, was it ever considered that the entrance could go out onto the Southampton Road at any period on this? Because it's quite a big site and you look like you're developing the top end of it and leaving the bottom end was not being touched, is it?
So the red line is within the southern part of the site, so there is no option for access out onto Southampton Road.
There's none.
The application site, as shown here,
Yeah, but
is within the red line.
yeah. So that's a complete site. Okay, thank you.
Okay, right, members. I think we've given this a good airing in terms of questions. So I want to move on to public speakers. We have two speakers in support of the application, Mr. Hughes and Mr. Austin, who I think are going to share the slot. Is that right? So, gentlemen, you have a shared 3 minutes. I think you've worked out how to do that. So,
morning, Chair and members. Thank you for this. Real exception sites like this do not come up very often. They come up very rarely. When they do, there's the opportunity to take them wholeheartedly for affordable housing is very important. Current housing figures show that 13 local households are registered. However, it is known that these are often an underrepresentation of the actual need. The register highlights the need for one-bed properties. However, while these may temporarily suit a single person or a couple, it does not allow for that family to grow. These proposals therefore release, these proposals will release accommodation elsewhere for that purpose, but also ensure that what is provided on the site is future-proof, therefore reducing churn in tenancies. On the site arrangement, the village is predominantly formed of ribbon development. However, a number of suburban-style cul-de-sacs are located to the south of the site. Rather than slavishly echoing this, these person-led proposals are designed to be reminiscent of an agricultural courtyard with a shared surface in the middle, allowing visual connections to the countryside and local prominent trees. Windows have been carefully located to ensure the privacy of neighbours, and materials and forms are taken for the local context. There is no overriding style in that context, but materials are traditional with details in hung tile, weatherboarding or render. Here, timber is proposed to soften the scheme, allow it to mellow with age. Detailed landscape proposals will be submitted by condition, which will propose site levels and ensure all units are accessible as proposed. A number of technical queries have been raised. Detailed responses have been submitted and circulated with regard to drainage and highways, showing that these have been satisfactorily resolved. Wider problems associated with the highway network are acknowledged. However, this scheme will not make them demonstrably worse and are outside this submission. The submission has been thoroughly tested through pre-app and extensive. Do you mind if I carry on just for a couple of moments?
That 2 minutes?
Yeah. That was 2 minutes flew by, didn't it? It was merely to say that the application has been significantly tested through extensive pre-app and 15 months during submission and is before you here today with approval. So we would respectfully request that you follow that guidance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Austin, on behalf of the Friends of the New Forest, I believe.
Yes, good morning. Yes, I'm Brian Austin, representing Friends of the New Forest. We're an independent campaigning charity, a council member of the Campaign for National Parks, and only too well aware of the many pressures facing the forest. We support the protective policies of the National Park Authority and recognise the importance of policy SP28 in the local plan regarding rural exception sites. This policy is vital and a key function of the National Park Authority in enabling small-scale development that assists the rural economy and provides low-cost rental housing for local people who are otherwise unable to afford the high cost of homes on the open market. It is clear that your officers have worked closely with the applicant for more than a year to bring forward this particular scheme, and Friends of the New Forest welcome this low-key development, which sits comfortably in this location, being set back and well screened from any direct impact on the highway. In conclusion, we would ask members to support this opportunity to provide much needed homes for current and future generations to enjoy and contribute to the local community. Thank you.
Thank you. So, gentlemen, if you could just stay there. So, members, any questions for the speakers, please? Mary?
Carrying out the survey, what were the demographics of the ages of people who were looking for such properties?
This is the housing register that's held by the local authorities. So I don't know whether it goes into demographics specifically, but I know it does ask them what size of property they're interested in. The majority were looking for 1 or 2 bed properties, so the smaller end of the market. As I say, so these are a range of 2 and 3 bed properties, some small flats, which is specifically aimed at that smaller end of the market. It is unusual to provide a 1 bed property in this context because, as I say, it becomes redundant quite quickly, or can become redundant quite quickly.
Thank you. Any other questions for the speakers? In which case, thank you very much, gentlemen. We now have a speaker against, Mr. Penfold. Thank you, if you could come up. So you've got 3 minutes.
I'm a long-term resident of New Inn Road. I'm also a chartered structural engineer who works on the design of many new housing developments every year. Like many local residents, I'm dismayed this application has reached the committee meeting when so many aspects do not comply with national policy or the local plan. There are also many serious technical issues with it. The layout of the scheme is an urban-style courtyard development, something akin to an inner-city centre, not a small village like Bartley. It is completely out of character with everything around it. The layout is congested and makes no allowance for any open space, and certainly not the minimum requirements laid out in the local plan. All new buildings are meant to conserve and enhance the area where they're being built. Upper storey elevations constructed of solid masonry overlooking existing properties don't achieve this. The new development comprises 10 units, of which we now know 3 will be sold off through shared ownership. Bartley's requirement for affordable housing is for 5 one-bed units, so out of the 7 remaining units, only 2 will actually meet local requirements. Put another way, 80% of these units will not meet local requirements. Any new development must not cause considerable noise, visual intrusion or pollution. It must be served by appropriate public transport. There are no trains in Bartley and buses run on only 2 days a week, so clearly this requirement is not fulfilled. The additional traffic generated by this development will only cause additional noise and pollution. Bartley already suffers extensive flooding, with properties in Oakfield Road and Chinham Road some of the worst affected. This is mainly due to the fact the ground comprises impermeable clay and has a very high water table level. The proposed storm drain strategy to provide a permeable subbase to collect rainwater from roads and roofs, attenuate on site and discharge to watercourses off site. The problem with this strategy is if the ground is already saturated, the permeable subbase and attenuation tank will constantly be underwater and there is nowhere on site to temporarily store excesses of rainwater in heavy storms. This can only lead to one thing: increased surface water flooding to land immediately adjacent site, which is the properties in Oakfield Road. Also, the existing watercourses off-site don't connect directly to rivers. They stop and already cause extensive surface water flooding to fields belonging to third parties on the northern side of Chinham Road. How, therefore, can it be acceptable to drain stormwater from a new development onto third parties' land where there are already extensive surface water flooding issues? It can't. The increased volumes of traffic generated by this development, along with the siting of the proposed access, will significantly increase congestion and endanger road users locally. The northern end of North Newing Road is used extensively for dropping off and picking up school children. For large periods of the day, it is a single lane carriageway. This absolute fundamental point on traffic movement in Newing Road has been completely ignored in the transport report. I'll just conclude. If the committee are minded to approve this application, they'll be completely ignoring local residents' very real concerns, along with many of the fundamental policies in their own local plan. These houses are not being provided to meet local needs, and it will effectively be an open invitation to come and concrete over our fields and woodlands.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think you've made your point. Thank you. Okay. Okay, members, any questions for Mr. Penfold, please? Mary.
Yes. I'd like to ask one point. Yeah, you raised many points, but one point when you state that there is no demand, can you justify how there is no demand when it has been identified? There is a demand.
There's a demand for 1-bedroom houses. That's the demand locally. 5 1-bedroom houses, none are being provided with this development. 3 are being sold off. That means only 20% of these houses meet the local requirement. We have. Yeah.
Do you think a 1-bedroom property sort of short-lived because generally the family expands? So that may, I'm not saying it is, but that may be grounds as to why the delivery partner has decided to have a 2-bed.
I'd put the question back to you. Why build 2 and even 3-bedroom houses when there's no demand for it locally? This demand is for 5 1-bedroom houses. No 1-bedroom houses are being provided, period.
I think I've answered that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Penfold? Yeah, Bryce.
Hi there. You spoke very well on the issues with flooding and water drainage. Could you respond specifically to the to their report, to their guidance? Would you be able to explain exactly the failings of it? Thanks.
Yeah, this is a report that was put forward by the developers' consultants that recommended soakaways being used on the site when this site is effectively like a bath. If you fill a bath with water and you have a plug hole and it has a limited discharge out, but it will always be topped up because there's land at higher level to the north than we have rainfall. Okay, so all of that subbase that is meant to collect water in heavy rains go into an attenuation tank, discharge off at a set rate. They're going to be underwater. So when we get the storms that we had 5 years ago, we had 1 in 200-year storms on consecutive days. Bartley was awash. Everywhere, everyone's back gardens, mine, everyone. Our back gardens were absolutely soaked. There is nowhere for that storm water to go with this scheme. There is nowhere. It's going to go one place, and that's the poor people living on the northern side of Oakfield Road. And the discharge that does go off, it will go off onto someone else's land. There is nowhere for that. This applicant isn't controlling the water course. He's not controlling the waterways. If they grow over, he don't care. It's off his site. It doesn't matter about it. The fields and land and houses in Chinham Road will continue to be flooded. This development should not go ahead if there's an existing flooding problem, and secondly, if it exacerbates it, which it will. There's no doubt about it. And I disagree with the comments that came up from the top that it's been thoroughly looked through. It hasn't. It really hasn't been thoroughly looked through.
Thank you, sir. You made that point equivalently, I think. Are there any other questions for Mr. Penfold at this stage? No? In which case, thank you, sir. We then have 2 speakers from the Parish Council and FTC, I believe. So, Councillor Derek Tipp first, I think, if you would. Welcome, Councillor. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I have some slides
if they can be ready, please. I did ask for a pointer, but I believe they're going to point it for me. Is that right? Anyway, good morning, members. I am Derek Tipp, and I'm the NFDC councillor for the ward where this development is situated. I want to begin by saying I'm not against affordable housing in rural areas. I'm just not able to support this development as it stands today in this location. I want to draw your attention to some important issues using some slides prepared for me by Mr. John Goodwin, who is a local resident with a great deal of experience in house building, especially the drainage solutions, having designed such systems for housing developments professionally. Can we have slide 1? Thank you very much. Now you can see on slide 1 that it shows you the local area, and it shows you the development in the left-hand corner with the arrow is pointing there. And you can see outlined in red is the whole of the site in the ownership of the whole site, which, as you can see, is considerable. And only 20% of the site is actually being developed. Originally, when this plot was put forward, half the site, you can see a black line going down the middle there, half the site was proposed. And I don't know why they decided to put it right in that corner, but I think that has led to 1 or 2 other issues. But anyway, that is what I wanted to show you there. Okay. And further up there, you can see up in the left-hand corner of the slide is another affordable housing development, Rockham Close. That is Rockham Close there, and you can see New Inn Road goes down alongside the development. There it is. That's New Inn Road. That's Rockham Close. Rockham Close was built in 2 phases. The first phase was in about 1991, and the second phase 10 years later. So obviously that has affected the flooding issues because, of course, you concreted over some of the ground and lost some fields. Can we go to slide 2, please? Right, I don't know whether you can read that, but it's a little bit tricky from this distance for me, but luckily I've got one now down here. Right, so slide 2, this shows you the foul water drainage, as it says there, and you can see the sewer in New Inn Road is highlighted with a red line going down the middle, and you can see where the sewers connect to it. Actually, on the plans, that sewer is marked as a 150 millimetre sewer, whereas in fact it's not. It's a 300 millimetre sewer. So that was an error in the diagram. But what's more important here is that you can see where the sewers link up. That is what predetermines the height of the development, the actual plot land height. And in order to achieve the runoff, to get that sewer to flow downhill, it has to be raised. And that's quite a little bit of raising to be done. And so we'll go to slide 3, please. And this shows you a little bit more about the site levels. So on slide 3, you can see the consequences of that sewage system. And the gradients of the site have to conform, presumably, to the requirements for disabled access, which is surely going to be essential for affordable housing. So because the plots have to be raised up a certain amount in order to reach the sewer, by that means, it means that the surrounding land has to be raised up in order to stop them being steps everywhere and steep slopes. Now you could look at the raised levels, they are shown on there. And if you look at the right-hand side, the parking area is 900 millimetres, that's 3 feet above the existing at the boundary. So the boundary where those trees are, you're going to get a drop of 3 foot there. I don't see any retaining wall or anything put in there, so I'm not quite sure how that is going to be achieved. But of course, the whole site is in the same ownership. And the paths, again, about 3 foot higher than the existing ground levels. So that slide, that one, now on to 4, and we can see the elevations. It's quite interesting, actually. I mean, if you look at that first one, there's no windows showing up on the first floor, and that's the south-facing elevation, which is rather strange. But anyway, you can see that the site being raised as the land falls away to the right of the picture. That dotted white line shows you how much it's got to be raised up in order to avoid a steep slope. Okay. Right, now we come to slide 5, please. And this shows you the tree. There are a number of trees actually in Newing Road, which I thought were quite nice, Nicolmore and an oak, which have got to be felled apparently. But this particular one, this is an oak tree, has been TPO'd. But if you see that big yellow pavement that's going to be put in there is no pavement there at the moment. That underneath that pavement, at the moment, there is a ditch that runs along the road. And that ditch is going to have to be put into a pipe, because you can't have it, simply a ditch there. So the pipe's got to go under the pavement, and that means excavating under that oak tree, quite very close to that oak tree, as you can see from the drawing. And that I would submit that would put that TPO'd oak tree under a lot of stress. And on the other side of the oak tree, again, they're going to have to get the courtyard, that bit there, yes, keep that thing there. That's courtyard's got to line up with the plots, and so there's going to be some level differences on that side also. So that tree, I'm rather worried about it. And now we come to slide 6. Have we not? Yes, and this was interesting. This was taken only a week ago, and shows that we had some heavy rain, I think, on the Tuesday, and that shows existing flooding. And you can see clearly, the road surface is already awash. And when that new development is built, then at the moment, what runs down a ditch is going to have to go in a pipe. And I submit that quite a lot of that water will cross over, because you can see from the top picture, the right-hand one. Let me just catch up with you a bit. Yes, the surface water flowing from Rockford Close, that's the bottom right-hand side. You can see it overflows the ditch there and goes across the road and flows over the footpath, top right. And then it flows on down the road. So you get a lot of surface water, and that wasn't by any means a deluge. It was just a heavy rain shower, which caused that amount of problems. And my final slide, which is showing you the sort of before and after, really, for the purposes of surface flooding. And you can see the green arrows showing you the existing one on the left-hand side, as the water just sort of flows in the general direction of downhill. And then on the right-hand side, what will happen when you get the new entrance, and the water tends to flow into the new entrance and all the way through the estate, and hence, after that, the poor residents of Newick, of the road there. So that's really what I got to say. I hope you'll think seriously about these problems. The worsening of a flooding situation for existing residents ought not to be acceptable, and the loss of a TPO tree should not be acceptable. So I urge you on those grounds to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If you could just remain there a moment in case there are any questions from committee members. So I've got Gavin. Certainly, Gavin. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Derek. That's a very impressive and very detailed presentment, and it must have taken quite some time to put together. So I kind of commend you and colleagues for doing that. A lot of your presentment related to flooding.
Yes.
And we've heard earlier in exchanges with officers and others that they feel that the flood mitigation strategy and the drainage arrangements are sufficient. That's their position. Could you be more specific about why you think that the drainage arrangements as proposed will not be adequate? Because I accept this very, very detailed, very extensive presentment, but could you, in a nutshell, explain why there's a gap in your view between what you're saying and the arrangements proposed?
Start. Oh, sorry, I didn't know it had come off. So on the right-hand side, you can see what they are saying would happen in an event of heavy rainfall overwhelming the system. I mean, as has already been said, the system can cope with light rainfall and so on. But in an area where you've got a subsoil, which is basically clay, it's very slow to seep away. And so these systems tend to over time clog up. And if you get heavy rainfall, then it will overwhelm the system, leading to those problems. And that's basically what I'm saying. In theory, that could work for average sort of rainfall. But when you get heavy rainfall, persistent rainfall, as you do nowadays in winter, then I think that's the big problem, and it's going to be a big problem for residents. And this has happened before. I mean, I've seen numerous occasions where new developments have caused problems for existing residents. That doesn't make it right, though.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the councillor at this stage? No? And thank you very much, councillor.
Okay.
We've got Councillor Sherry Johnston from Copythorne Parish Council now.
You're welcome to use my device if you want.
Welcome, councillor.
Thank you. Just before I start, I did mention that we haven't seen one of the documents, the rebuttal document that was just put onto the portal today. And we did ask for a small recess so we could actually look at the document.
Chair, I can address. I am aware that the applicants' drainage consultants have basically posted or sent to us a rebuttal of all the residents' concerns on drainage, which is now on our website. I think we only just received that either yesterday or it's gone on the website today. My reading of that, it's not really producing any new evidence. It's going back and forth. The residents are saying this, the applicant's saying that. I do come back on the fundamental points is that the Hampshire County Council, as the local lead flood authority, have looked at the sustainable urban drainage system, which is what is being proposed on this site, and they're satisfied with those details. But I accept that other people have a different view on that. But I don't think really there's much to be gained by any deferral or consideration of a document that's only just been presented to us, which I don't think really adds anything material to the consideration of the application.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Gavin,
well, Chair, given Steve's now, explaining this situation, can I just check with Steve? We have condition 17, and the wording of condition 17. Just to turn over the page, says any revised details submitted for approval must include a technical summary, blah, 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 blah. I presume what we're saying is that there is still scope for adjustments, amendments and improvements to be made to the subject matter of 17. Is that correct?
Well, what that does provide, what that is saying, that first, that any changes from what they've already submitted would need to be agreed. They couldn't make those changes unilaterally, and were they to propose changes, then there would need to be a further consultation with the local lead flood authority. But we're not anticipating that. But it's quite normal just to put that little bit of sort of latitude within the condition. But that has no bearing at all on the details that have just gone up on the website, because that's not new information. As I said, that's a rebuttal of earlier comments that have been made.
I may come back when we're in debate, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. So, Councillor, we're going to proceed. So, if you would, thank you.
Can you hear me now? So I'll start again. As stated in our written response, Copythorne Parish Council recommends that planning permission is refused for this development. In considering its response, the Parish Council has listened to the comments made by local residents at the following events. 27th of September 2022, there was a parish discussion forum, also attended by a representative of the developer, English Rural Housing Association, along with officers of the New Forest National Park Authority. On November the 8th, 2022, the Parish Council had a meeting which included the discussion of a response to the original plans. In September the 12th, 2023, the Parish Council meeting included discussion of a response to the amended plans. The Parish Council's response dated September the 12th, 2023, which all members of the Planning Committee have seen, includes 11 separate areas of concern. All of these speak to issues that concern both the Parish Council and many of the residents that it represents. Whilst all of the areas of concern are important, I would like to draw your particular attention to the following. We have the belief that the rural exception site conditions in policy SP28 have not been met. I come back to this specific point that NFDC in its consultee response dated August 26, 2022, it was put on the portal on September the 12th, 2022, has identified a need for a number of one-bedroom units. As previously stated, there are none of these in this development. So to contextualise this, residents would then have to pay for a two-bedroom unit at an extra cost of nearly £2,000 a year, which would negate the benefit of affordable rent. There is also, on the longer term aspect, the proposed 3 shared ownership properties and the financial viability of their resale to local people in the parish. So to summarise this point, we're concerned the objective of providing affordable housing for local people in the parish is not being met by this development. We now come to flooding. We note that Hampshire County Council, as the lead local flood authority, now supports the revised proposal for surface water drainage. And we've had lots of detail in previous presentations. So this involves linking the existing watercourse, which runs outside the development, which has also been noted. And we've talked about residents in neighbouring properties reporting high levels of surface water. We've seen photographs and the implications of the proposed drainage scheme. We would also draw your attention to the fact that the own consultants found high groundwater saturation during one of the driest summers. And residents in Chinham Road in particular have been significantly impacted, and particularly in 2013-14. So we are concerned of how the developers intend to secure and protect the proposed drainage route, as failure of this route will impact not just both the existing residents, but the new residents. The existing sewage infrastructure is poor and overloaded, and we've seen various things in the press recently. Southern Water on third public sewer crossing the site, but it needs checking. So we're concerned that there's a lack of detail of exactly how the sewage and the foul water from the site will be dealt with. And again, its impact not just both on the existing residents, but the new residents. So we now come to design principles in policy DP18, and in our opinion, this has not been met. The height and location of the proposed properties appear imposing on neighbouring properties. And I know you showed a diagram that said they weren't closer. There is the parking building, which is now closer to existing residential properties. It's also a court-style development. There's no courtyard-style developments in Copythorne Parish. It is completely different to any other area in the parish. So therefore, it's not in keeping, not just in terms of the way the houses are built, but in the layout, in terms of building design, accessibility. So again, that does not meet policy DP18. So other concerns we have, as previously stated, lack of public transport. There are only 2 buses a week at present, and possibly with cuts to Hampshire County Council, possibly cuts to their subsidies, they may even cease. So that public transport is not appropriate. There is no New Forest National Park Authority ecologist opinion on the applicant's ecology report. There's nothing there. And the tree officer has yet to support or object the application. So there are still documents that are missing and information we need. So to conclude, we recommend refusal of planning permission for this development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any questions from the members? So, Bryce, please.
Hi, could I ask, the design complies with the National Parks Design Guide, as I understand it. Could you tell me if it complies with the parish design statement? And if not, how?
We don't have a local design statement.
Thank you.
That's the question.
Thanks. Any other questions for the councillor? No. Thank you very much, councillor. Okay, so we move towards debate. The recommendation is to grant planning permission for this proposal, subject to a fairly long list of conditions and a Section 106 agreement. I don't know whether officers want to come back on any of the points that have been raised before we go into debate, particularly, or if there's anything you feel we could usefully add.
I mean, there's no proposed loss to the TPO tree. The housing register has 13 applicants on it, and that's for a mix of 1 and 2 and 3 bed properties, not just 1 bed properties. And there have been more recent figures from NFDC which demonstrate the need in the parish and the neighbouring parishes is growing. Southern Water have no objection, and it would be between the applicant and it'd be for the applicant to make that application to them at the relevant time.
Thank you. Thank you, Colin.
That was all I was just going to say. I mean, I think there's a reference there to the tree officer comments not being recorded, but they are there on the paper. And we didn't really see a need to get any more further detailed ecology reports. There's no protected species on the site that would be affected by this. I mean, all I would just say on this, members, I mean, by their very nature, rural exception sites where you're looking to develop housing, small-scale housing on an open green field site will have an impact. There is no doubt about that at all. It will change the character and appearance of the area. But it's a tried and tested way of delivering affordable housing in rural areas where there's little scope to make that provision on other sites anywhere. And we don't get many of these sites coming forward, and every time they have come forward, unfortunately, they do meet a huge wave of opposition and resistance at times. And then as time's gone on, we've gone and reviewed schemes, and they have sort of then assimilated, I think, very well into their environments. So we don't underestimate the impacts and the concerns locally about this development, but your local plan does make provision for small-scale rural affordable housing sites such as this one, where it's supported by the district council as the local housing authority. You'll have heard a lot of information on all the technical details. And sometimes, you're going to be between a rock and a hard place there because you're hearing competing views. But that's when we have to really look to what the statutory consultees are telling us on those issues, and we have to be guided by their recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve. So to debate, members, Gavin first.
Okay, this is, as Steve has said, I mean, rural exception sites are almost always challenging to bring forward, almost always likely to produce a difference of opinion. But a lot of the debate, a lot of the discussion we've heard so far are technical. Technical questions rather than principal questions. They're technical. They're about whether or not the impact on surrounding areas as well as on site could produce flooding. We have, as far as I'm aware, and I'd like to be corrected if I've misunderstood, we've had a series of toings and froings between the water specialists, the flooding specialists, and National Park Authority, I presume at the behest of the applicant. And the bit by bit, a scheme has been refined that has met the tests that the local authority require. And other agencies, Southern Water and others, have also agreed that it's sufficient. Is that correct?
Chairman, so just on that point, the Hampshire County Council, as the local lead flood authority, they did raise some initial concerns. So they weren't happy with what was first presented. They did tell the applicant and us, this is what needs to be done. We were not satisfied on these points. That's why they went away. They came back, they submitted revised drainage proposals, which then met the requirements of the County Council as the local lead flood authority. And it's a difficult area because we have to always consider where the planning considerations sort of end, and things like then building regulations come in, where things like having to apply to connect to public sewers comes in, which is then within the sort of the gift of Southern Water, and they've got a whole criteria they need to be satisfied on. So it's really not the role of as a planning authority to resolve some of these detailed technical issues. They are left to other bodies and agencies to do. We are looking at what the design and the appearance and the impact of this proposal is on people living nearby.
Thank you, Stephen. And Chair, that's precisely why I'm trying to pace my way through that, to try to delineate what we're considering and what are still other factors, technical factors that now have to be resolved between the applicant and Southern Water. We have a condition 17. We have text, but also the reason for the condition, which I'm going to bother to kind of read out so everyone follows it. It says, to ensure that the proposed development can be adequately drained and to ensure that there is no flood risk on or off site resulting from the proposed development. If what we're saying, because we can hear there's a very strong sentiment and a lot of effort that's gone in on the part of the parish council and others who are contesting whether or not the proposals can meet that rationale. Chair, I would propose that we amend condition 17 so that we can be absolutely sure that the proposals that have been put forward, do address sufficiently the concerns and the issues that are being raised today through objections and through contestation. I'm concerned otherwise that we will allow the development and that we haven't taken the opportunity to properly button down the details and the adequacy of the drainage and flooding mitigation arrangements.
Thanks, Gavin. Do you want to be a bit more specific about how you'd like to see the condition amended? Just not wording, just intention.
Well, Chair, I realise I'm being difficult, by suggesting this. I heard what Steve said earlier, I would like to hear from Steve in that sense about how and whether or not we could adjust the wording of this so that there can be, if we move to approve the development, a process now through the conditioning that we ensure that the concerns that have been raised are fully addressed. It may well be that as far as the National Park Authority are concerned, they have already been addressed. But I want to be sure that we have that ability through the condition to ensure that that is absolutely correct, that is true. Otherwise, I have concerns because the strength and the persuasiveness of the cases that we're hearing and the points that are being raised have caused me to have some question marks and concerns.
Okay, thanks, Gavin. Steve, do you want to come in now, or do you want me to take more views from members? And
it might be, I could, maybe if I, just so in case I forget, I deal with that point.
You can go ahead, yeah.
Now. So condition 17 is clear insofar that it says that the scheme has to be constructed in accordance with the drainage report that we received in June 2023. So that's the report that Hampshire County Council's local lead flood authority are satisfied with. We're happy with that as officers. So that's the details. That is contested, understood. But I think if I'm hearing what Gavin Parker's saying in terms of wanting to build something in where the concerns of the residents are, need to be addressed further, and is suggesting me to see another report maybe addressing those. I think if that's how members feel, then the only way you can really do that, you can't do that through revising a condition, because we can't do consultation through a condition. You would have to defer the application, being very clear what additional information you wanted to see and to be reassured on, and then it would have to come back to this committee. But I have to stress we've got an updated drainage report submitted this summer, which addresses the concerns that had been raised earlier.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I think Bryce, you had a question next.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sympathetic to a lot of the issues raised. It seems to me that the key, the ones which get my attention are the lack of one-bedroom housing, which, bearing in mind that is established as local need, is an issue. The design elements, the roads safety, certainly where a school is concerned, and of course the drainage and flooding. Obviously, we are not making value judgments here. We're operating specifically within planning legislation. In terms of the one-bedroom housing, whilst I agree with that, I do think that overall, such an offering of affordable housing at all is probably such that it outweighs the lack of one-bedroom housing, especially as the one-bedroom housing is from a 2016 survey, and more recent documentation from NFDC has told us that that's changed. In terms of the design, though I agree with the points that you make about the design, the designs as we've got them are viable according to the National Park Design Guide. Now, whilst I agree that can produce a bit of a one-size-fits-all solution across the forest, unfortunately, from a planning policy perspective, there's nothing that we can say about that. If you had a design guide which was in conflict or which further specified, then we might be able to comment on that. But so perhaps that's something to look at moving forward. In terms of the road safety, again, I agree completely. I do think that's an issue, but I think our hands are tied on that simply because the statutory consultee, Hampshire Highways, says there isn't a problem. I do agree with the concerns personally, but purely from a planning perspective, it isn't. The statutory consultee is the expert, and if we were to refuse it based on that, then it would go to appeal and it would win at appeal because the statutory consultee says otherwise.
So this isn't a dialogue at the moment.
Sorry, no, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Steve. Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
It's for the members to.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry.
I was already arguing with you.
Of course. No, sorry about that. With all that in mind, whilst I agree with those issues, I don't think that we can consider the material concerns. The one thing I do think might be different is the flooding situation, which, as Gavin has said, and I agree with him, is very persuasive and does seem to be a relevant issue. I was wondering, perhaps on that condition 17, there could be some way of involving the district councillor and the representative of the parish council in future discussions around the flood strategy. Is that in any way on the cards?
Chairman, the reason I say that is because we need to find a resolution, and I think if you then sort of basically deferred that conversation to be agreed through a condition, I don't think that would achieve what you're looking for it to achieve. So I think if members have got specific concerns on the flooding and drainage, notwithstanding the advice we've received from the statutory consultees, then the right thing to do would be to defer it on that ground to get that further information. But we can come back and address that in a moment when you've heard from others, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Members, any points from other members? Michael.
Thank you, Chairman. I have to say that I'm considerably concerned over this application. It is not as straightforward as one would like it to be. And I have a sense that we as members of the Planning Committee are not actually making a decision which has not already been made for us by the advice and the information that has been put before us. So that is a concern to me. I've listened with the passion that has been given to us over flooding. That really is a significant issue. We will not know who is right or who is wrong until the development has been built. if it is built. Once it is built, we may well discover that we've made an enormous mistake in giving permission for it to go ahead, because the advice that we have been given has been flawed. And that weighs very, very heavily with me. I have concerns about transport, but it is certainly the flooding. And I would certainly welcome a deferment so that we are able to receive considerably more information on how the flooding, potential flooding, will affect the area surrounding this particular application. It's not a happy application as far as I'm concerned. And I will struggle to know which way to vote, because there are so many issues that are outstanding that really do need to be addressed. The single accommodation, that is an issue which locally has been raised. Transport is an issue. Chairman, I'm not a happy member at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Michael. That's clear. Joe?
I would just like to add my concerns about flooding and the highway. I know Bryce said about the highway is out of our hands, really. If we don't accept that, we go to appeal and we lose. But I still think it's a big, big concern. There's 3 roads off that. And there's a lot of traffic generated in the mornings and the evenings. There's a lot of school children there, and it's going to add to the problem. And the other thing is flooding. I am not happy with the concerns of the flooding, because I think a lot of this runoff water is going to end up down the bottom in Chinham Road, and the people in down Chinham Road will get flooded. It's happened before when we've had heavy water without the development. So I am not happy with the flooding. I'm not happy with the highway. So I will think about how I vote. Thank you.
Chair, based on what I've heard from other members, I think that I would like to propose that we defer this application. There seems to be a number of different issues that have given cause for the committee to feel unsure about particularly the flooding question and the technical issues. Now, that may be a flaw on the part of us as members not understanding the technical dynamics. It may be because the presentation and the paperwork that we've had from officers hasn't expanded on it or explained it to the degree to which this particular case may require. It may be because we've been influenced by the extensive presentations and points that have been raised, from the floor. And I suspect actually it's a combination of all of those things. So I on those grounds, I would move for deferment on this case, unless there are reasons, legal or otherwise, that would come from our executive director or legal officer that would bar us from that route.
So, Gavin, can I just, for clarity's sake, are you proposing deferral on the grounds of the flooding and drainage issues rather than any other issues?
Rather than the other issues, what's come up from a couple of other members in debate there are questions about highways. We know that this particular area of our jurisdiction has got a number of highways and transport issues hanging over it. I do recall at the last committee meeting of the planning committee, or the one before that, I in particular said that we do need to make sure that our liaison with Hampshire County Council about this particular area is prioritised. They need to be alert to what seems to me to be a growing or an intensification of traffic and transport issues in this particular area. So, in short, yes, on flooding grounds.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. That's very helpful. I have to say, from the chair, that personally I'm happy with the proposal on design grounds and on highways grounds. We often see these sort of complications, but we must be guided by our statutory advisor. But like Gavin and others, I feel that the flooding issues that have been raised are substantive, or appear to be substantive. I think we are hampered as a committee by not understanding how whether the views expressed by the objectors have been factored into the considerations by the statutory authority or not. But if we're going to move for a deferral, I think from my point of view, it would be on the issue of flooding. Okay. Does that make, sorry.
I do think members, if normally when an application is deferred, it's deferred to look into something on that specific issue, on the understanding if that specific issue is addressed, then that is really the only outstanding issue. So just to make that absolutely clear. So what we should not do, or you should not do as a committee, would be to defer the application to get further information on flooding, just as an example. That further information is sought, it's reported back to you, and then we open up the discussion on the design and say we don't like the design. So, I mean, I know members have got other concerns other than the flooding, and so you need to, I'd suggest, air those now and take a view on those. And then if you can agree that it's just the flooding issue, we defer it for that. We get the more information. It will be very technical information. We'll go into the diameters of pipes and soakaways. Understand around the New Forest National Park, in the New Forest District, we've got schemes coming forward for hundreds of dwellings on greenfield sites where technically they can attenuate surface water flooding without any issues at all. We're talking about 10 dwellings here. Okay, so we'll get that further information.
Chair, if I could just come back, just to be absolutely
right.
crystal clear, those would be the grounds I'd be asked for and no other, unless any other members wanted to make an alternative suggestion. That's precisely what I'm saying. And I think the difficulty that I have, and I suspect other members do, is that what we're hearing are officers speaking very confidently about the technical arrangements for flooding and drainage, but also we're hearing a very confident and articulate presentment and other voices who are contesting that. As a result, it's planted enough doubt in my mind that we should sensibly take a very close look at that. So it's very unusual. I believe in the 5 or so years I've been on this committee, it's the first time I've ever advocated deferring planning application.
Thank you, Gavin. That's very helpful and very clearly put. Bryce.
Yes, I'd say that in terms of my concerns, I don't think that the design is a material one. I think that's acceptable. I also don't think that the lack of 1-bedrooms in the balance is material, though personally I have a concern. I could be persuaded on the highways element. I could be persuaded, but I do think that because Hampshire Highways have said there's no problem, I don't think that that's really something substantive. I do agree, though, that even though it will require extremely detailed information and will be quite a lot to wrap our heads around, I think certainly in this context, because of the weight of local opinion and the significance locally of any negative consequences, I do agree with the deferment.
Thank you. That's very helpful as well. Joe and then Mary.
And if the flooding issue comes back, there's nothing else can be discussed. We've got to.
So in essence, the proposal is to defer this on the grounds of the drainage report, and therefore that's the sole issue that we would discussing when it comes back to us.
Okay, thank you.
Mary.
Yeah, I was purely going to sort of confirm what everybody else is saying, that it is on the drainage, because if there's surface water and that's ongoing, that's going to have a huge impact on the surface of the roads.
Okay, so I think the way through this at the moment is we have a proposal as yet unseconded on the floor to defer. We are going to hear from the public speakers next, who'll have the opportunity. They'll have understood the sentiment of what we're discussing. Then I will, after we've heard from the public speakers, we will take, I think, as long as someone's prepared to second it, the vote on deferral. If that's voted down, we go back to the recommendation in the paper, which members are entitled to vote against or for as they see fit. I think that's the appropriate way through. Michael?
I'll second.
Thank you, Michael. So we have a seconded proposal, but now I'm going to ask the public speakers if they would to come up again. So I don't know, Mr. Hughes or Mr. Austin, whether you're going to share the slot or just one of you. But you have 1 minute, so. Yeah. So, Mr. Hughes, I think. So, Mr. Hughes, you have 1 minute to reply, responding really to what you've heard, please.
Thank you. Yes, clearly lots of contentious issues there. On the drainage, I think there is a fundamental issue whereby proposals do need to not add surface water runoff to the surrounding area, that you cannot make the site worse than it is already. And in particular, this is from the drainage engineer, says there is an opportunity to provide further clarity at the detailed design stage, which will be covered by conditions stating that no work will commence on site until the detailed SUD strategy has been put in place. So there is an opportunity through this condition to provide more detail, provide that information with regard to connections to local services and undertake more detailed design work via this condition. So by changing that arrangement, if necessary, then that further detail can be provided without the need for a deferment.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, Mr. Penfold, again, if you wish to. Again, you've got one minute, sir.
Just coming back on the SUDS design that Mr. Avery talked about, this whole drainage system does not comply with any national standards. Any SUDS design drainage system must not be within, any element of it must be above, a metre above groundwater table level. We know that the ground is saturated. We've monitored the site for over 12 months. Water table level is just below the surface. The developer has done no groundwater monitoring whatsoever. A SUDS drainage system will not work on that site. It will be saturated, it will overflow. The only thing that happens then is surface water flooding. And if we are going to have a deferment, do we get an input into what is being done or how it's being monitored? I do on a daily basis. What I'm thinking is that I can't afford to go and get a ground investigation done. It's going to cost me too much money. But what I don't want is what was put forward previously, saying that there are infiltration rates in the ground of 1,000 times greater than actually is. Okay. I just want to know if we get an input.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Tipp, if you would. Thanks, sir.
Right.
So, again, 1 minute.
Okay, well, all I want to add is that that you haven't mentioned the tree. I am concerned that nobody seems concerned about a TPO tree. When water goes into a pipe, it's much more constrained than when it's in a ditch. So when that pipe goes under the new pavement, which is not shown on that drawing, you'll notice there's no showing of pavement there. And that is going to affect that tree. And I think it's going to affect the water that currently flows down that ditch, flows down New Inn Road, right to the bottom. And so I think that that's an important issue. And also the tree, because I just don't see how you can excavate a metre depth right close to a tree without causing serious damage. And there was nothing. I could see the tree officer is silent on whether that tree is protected. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Johnson as well, please, if you want to. In 1 minute. Thank you.
Right. So thank you for taking all our concerns into account. I agreed very strongly about the flooding, and I'm just going to read a paragraph from our MP, Julian Lewis. It says, having experienced a previous case where building was permitted on land known to have significant drainage issues, and where no remedy has been found for the entirely predictable consequences, he urges the National Park Authority to listen carefully to the chorus of warnings given by members of the local community and the parish council. So this is a serious issue. We thank you for taking it seriously. And we do want you to put that in context with the tree officer, because we still don't have a response, and the ecology, and there's no ecology report. So the whole thing together, we'd welcome some more investigation and some more background. 6 seconds, there you go.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you to all the speakers. Gavin, you've got a quick point?
Just to draw members' attention to condition 14 that applies to this development. which relates to tree work.
Thank you, Gavin. That's helpful. Bryce?
I have little further to add, other than I would, as we have not mentioned, I would also like to say that it is a very positive thing to see such affordable housing developments proposed, and I do respect the support of the New Forest Association as well. There's a lot of that's very positive about this, but I would agree with the deferral still.
Okay, right. Okay, well, I think we're at the point, unless case officers want to make a point. No, we don't. We're going to move to a vote. So just so everyone's crystal clear, we have a proposal from Gavin, seconded by Michael, that we defer this application solely on the basis of the drainage concerns. So thereby, if it comes back to us, that will be the issue that we are bottoming out. So I'm going to ask you to vote on that in a minute, and if that isn't carried, we will then go back to the recommendation on the paper. So a vote on the deferral, please. I believe we're unanimous. Okay, thank you very much, members. Thank you to all the speakers came in and for the quality of the presentations we received today. You'll have understood we did take that on board very seriously. Thank you very much. Now then, I'm going to look at members quickly to see whether anyone needs a comfort break or whether we're all, yes, we do. So I'm going to take a break for 5 minutes and we'll reconvene in a moment. Put my microphone on, would help. We move on to report item 3, which is application 22/00548 Ashurst Hospital, Lyndhurst Road. And this is being presented by Natalie Walters. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. Morning, members. It is still morning. I'm just checking. So, just a couple of, so this is a hybrid application for mixed-use development at Ashurst Hospital. Just a couple of clarifications before I run through the slides. In paragraph 8.7 of the report, the site area is 2.8 hectares rather than 2.18 hectares. So apologies for that. In paragraph 8.59 of the report, the car parking for the care home element would meet the required standard rather than being 4 spaces below. There are 4 disabled spaces shown on the plan in that total of 32, so it would meet the requirement for the care home element. And then one final point in terms of condition 23, some alternative wording has been put forward by the applicant's agent, which would achieve the same aim as that in the paper. And I'll show the detailed wording as part of the presentation. One other point in terms of the particular type of application, it's a hybrid application. We don't often receive hybrid applications. So just to clarify in terms of the process, there is a detailed element to the application, which is the healthcare element, and an outline element, which is the care home, parking and landscaping, and I'll set those out in the presentation. But there is a single decision to be made on the application as a whole. If members were minded to approve the application today, a reserved matters application or applications would then follow the outline part of the site, i.e. the care home, parking and landscaping element. The reserved matters applications are determined in their own right and the delegation would not extend to their determination. I can come back to that as a summary at the end as well. So this is the application site. The 2.8 hectare application site is located to the south of the A35 Lyndhurst Road in Ashurst. There are 2 car parks to the north of the site, Ashurst Railway Station to the west of the site. The site is located in a sensitive location. This slide just shows the New Forest SSSI, which surrounds the site, and also the New Forest SPA and Ramsar. So the SPA is in blue dots and the Ramsar's in green. And for completeness, this is the SAC designation surrounding part of the site. The site contains the Ashurst Birth Centre, the Snowdon Centre, the formal chapel and workhouse buildings. The former chapel and workhouse buildings are non-designated heritage assets and they're shown in this sort of bluey purple here. There are other unused hospital buildings and car parking areas on the site. There are also TPO trees and a landscape buffer to the south. So the pink on here shows the TPO trees. So the detailed part of the application is this section that I'm highlighting here. And that contains the existing birth centre and what's called the Snowdon Centre. And it also, the former chapel is included in the detailed part of the application. The outline area of the application is this larger area that I'm highlighting here. And that contains the former workhouse buildings, car parking areas, and the landscape buffer to the south. This slide shows the demolition plan, and the buildings in brown are proposed for demolition as part of this application. And this is the indicative site master plan. So I'll start off with the detailed element. So the detailed element proposes a 650 square metre extension to the Snowdon Centre to the south of it. 6 car parking spaces, including 3 disabled spaces, 10 cycle parking spaces, and retention of the birth centre and the former chapel. So the retention of the birth centre here and the former chapel. There'd be a children's play area proposed just in here, and the proposal would be served by the existing site access, which is to the north. So these are the ground floor plans, existing and proposed. Existing birth centre here, existing healthcare that's vacant, and the proposed on the right. So it'd be the 2-storey extension here. The ground floor extension would contain consulting rooms, a group room, sensory room, and office. And these are existing and proposed first floor plans. The extended area would provide office space and meeting rooms, for example, for CAMS, Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services. And these are the existing and proposed roof plans. And on the extension, there would be photovoltaic panels in the central area and some solar thermal panels just on that element there. And then there's some canopy areas that would have green sedum roofs on each side. These are existing and proposed elevations. Bear with us in terms of the scale shown on the slide because you couldn't fit the whole thing on the slide, but this is would be this height and coming up sort of across there. But it gives you a picture of what it would look like. The materials proposed are cedar cladding, grey powder-coated fenestration and brickwork to match the existing. So that's the east elevation. This is the west elevation facing onto open land. Is existing and proposed south elevation and existing and proposed north elevation. So that was the detail part here. Moving on to the outline part on the eastern part of the site. In terms of the outline element of the application, the only matter of detail is access, and this would use the existing access arrangement, and then there's that access point there. All other matters would be reserved for future reserved matters application, such as scale, layout, appearance and landscaping, but indicative information has been provided, and the application description is for a care home of up to 70 beds, associated car parking and landscaping, and additional healthcare parking. So this shows the illustrative layout of the proposed care home. There are 4 car parking areas. There are car parking areas proposed. There'd be 4 spaces for the chapel there. This element here is parking for the healthcare uses over here. And then this area here is the 32 spaces proposed for the care home. There would be a landscape. Sorry, this has just said that my battery's running low. I don't know, Vicky, whether you could just plug in the power lead for me, please. Sorry about that. So hopefully it will keep running while that happens. So the landscape buffer, just bear with me, it's okay. Thank you very much. So the landscape buffer is shown here on the southern part of the slide. In terms of a comparison to the built footprint of what is there, you can see on here in grey the proposed buildings that would be demolished, and then this is the proposed footprint, indicative footprint of the care home with the car parking area there. And this shows parameters. So yeah, there's a quantum in the conditions for the care home element, which is being put forward, and a provision of car parking, which has been put forward in the parameters. Indicative material has been provided on what the care home could look like, and an arts and crafts style has been shown in this slide. And indicative landscaping strategy has been put forward as well, to show landscaping, but landscaping would be subject to condition. So I'm just going to take you through some photographs to give you a feel for the site. So this is the A35 here, and this is the service road, which then the site is accessed from. So this is looking back towards the A35, and the access point is from the service road on the right of the slide here. You can see the public car park on the right of the slide. This is a view looking back towards the public car park, and the access point is just in here on the left. This is just a view at the end of the service road showing the open land, and also at the end of the road of the service road showing the connection to the station, the foot connection there. So this is the access point into the site, and existing access point would be used. So here we have the existing birth centre on the right of the photograph. And this shows the birth centre on the right and the former workhouse building on the left. Just moving up so you can see the former chapel and the workhouse buildings on the left there. And this is the former chapel and looking back towards the access point. Another view showing the chapel and the birth centre and the access point. This is the Snowdon Centre. And this is the end of the Snowdon Centre where the extension would come. You can see it's an interesting building to fit an extension onto. Another view just looking at that building. This is a view from the end of the service road. When you go onto a pedestrian walkway, you can then come to this field, and this is just a view looking across the open land back towards the birth centre and Snowdon Centre. Just a view showing the sensitivities of the site. You can just about see the car parks behind those trees there. So that was just views looking at the detailed part. So now looking at this part of the site, the outline element, I'll just show some photographs relating to that. So this is by the former chapel, looking at the former workhouse buildings. You can see a 3-storey element there. This is looking from the service road, looking at the former workhouse buildings, which currently are partially vacant, have some healthcare uses in there. Just moving up that road towards the car parking and looking east across the site. Just moving east across the site. This is a view of the former workhouse buildings looking north. And this is a view from within the former workhouse building. We did a detailed site visit internally at the end of last year. This is a view looking back west towards the car park, and a view looking into the car park area towards the landscape buffer zone. Another view within the car park, looking at the former workhouse buildings. A view within the car park, looking to the edge of the former workhouse buildings and the birth centres behind these trees here. A view along the bottom of the car park with the landscape buffer on the right. A view of the buffer. And this is a view from within the buffer. This was taken in November last year. We actually went into the buffer to look back. So the next slide is from the south down here, just to give some context. So we'll move on. Just bear with me. I'll use that one. Right. So this is a view from the south with the landscape buffer, and you can just see elements of the buildings just where that laser pointer is there. This is just a view with the landscape buffer on the left. You can just see glimpses of buildings. And this is a view further west, looking at the birth centre, so you can see the trees there. And then this next one is a view in front of those trees, just showing the glimpses that you would get of that building. And then just the final photograph is from this footpath here, looking west. And you can just see glimpses of buildings there. So that's a walkthrough of the site. So the principle of the proposed development has been established through the allocation of the site in the adopted local plan. The detailed element of the scheme accords with the site-specific policy SP23, and the outline part broadly accords with policy SP23. The proposal responds to the constraints of the site and would secure the redevelopment of a brownfield site to meet a need for specialist accommodation for older people, whilst consolidating the healthcare element on the western part of the site and retaining the former chapel. The detailed element would provide a simple model approach to a challenging building, working within the limitations of the site, and would provide flexibility over the reconfiguration of internal spaces in future. A case has been put forward for the loss of the former workhouse building, and this has been accepted subject to a condition requiring detailed recording of the heritage asset prior to demolition. The outline element is for a 70-bed care home. The policy states around 30 extra care units. The 70-bed care home would be equivalent to 39 extra care units, so this is an uplift. However, we have allowed an uplift on other site allocations where it's been demonstrated this can be accommodated on the site, and the application submission and consultee responses indicate that this quantum could be accommodated on this sensitive site. Concerns have been raised by the Parish Council about traffic. The application includes a transport assessment, and the Highway Authority have no objection, subject to a condition to secure a construction method statement and securing a full travel plan through the legal agreement. In relation to car parking, the proposed numbers would be 13 spaces lower than the minimum standard in Annex 2 of the adopted local plan for the healthcare element. The care home element would meet the required the minimum standard. Annex 2 does allow reduced parking provision where there's relatively good accessibility. This site is in close proximity to the defined village, the railway station, and bus links. The bulk of the car parking for the healthcare element is within the outline area for the application. So the securing of interim and long-term car parking provision for the healthcare element is necessary through conditions and the legal agreement. In terms of lighting, there is a condition about submission of lighting details for each phase of the development, and this includes removal of the bulkhead lights on the Snowdon Centre, which were raised by the landscape officer as a concern. The outline element would include mitigation of recreational impacts, mitigation to prevent urban edge effects, and mitigation of nutrient impacts, and there's no objection from Natural England. Conditions have been included about the documentation that would be needed in future reserve matters applications, and this is to seek to ensure appropriate and comprehensive development in view of the sensitive ecological context of the site. In terms of phasing, it's anticipated that the healthcare element would come forward first. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the applicant's agent has put forward amended wording for condition 23, which is up on the screen here. And we consider that this would achieve the same aims as the condition on your paper. So I'll just leave that there for members to look at. Essentially, it's seeking a programme of works in relation to the phasing and how the healthcare element would be retained while elements of the other site are worked on, because currently some of the healthcare elements are in the former workhouse that would be demolished. So there are complicated matters to kind of tie in to the conditions and legal agreement. So the recommendation is subject to the prior completion of a Section 106 legal agreement, the Executive Director of Strategy and Planning be authorised to grant planning permission subject to conditions. And this would include minor adjustment to conditions to allow compatibility with the legal agreement. Just to recap, there is a single decision to be made on the application as a whole. If members were minded to approve the application today, then reserve matters applications would follow for the outline part of the site, which is this area here. And that would be the care home, parking and landscaping elements. Reserve matters applications are determined in their own right, and the delegation would not extend to their determination. Thank you.
Okay, Natalie, thank you for marathon, but a very clear, very helpful presentation. I hope everyone will agree, and thank you for rehearsing the technicalities of the hybrid application as well. So I'm going to turn to members now in case they have questions for officers. So Bryce and then Joe. Sorry, Joe, I don't know whether the glasses are... So Bryce at the moment then.
Thanks for that. This is just, obviously this has been ongoing for quite some time. So I've been playing catch up slightly. But and whilst I'm aware that ownership of land is not a material consideration, could I get just some clarification on this? As I understand it, this land was was provided for thanks to the Crown Allotments Act of 1831, which was an act to enable church wardens and overseers to enclose land belonging to the Crown for the good of the poor. And it's on that basis that the original deeds of 1836 specified that it was to be used at all times as a workhouse for the poor of the said New Forest Union, and to or for no other use, end, intent, or purpose whatsoever. And if the said piece or parcel of land, message, building, or premises, as any part thereof, shall at any time hereafter be applied to or used for any other purpose whatsoever than as the site of a workhouse, it reverts to the Crown and thus to the commoners. And then, as I understand it, the Interpretation Act of 1978 allowed for that to be interpreted as valid for NHS use because it's specifically for the poor. How does that, is that still in place? And if so, how does it work in terms of selling it off for profit to a private ownership rather than reverting to the Crown land, and specifically then for the commoners? And have the vergers responded to any consultation on that? No, thank you.
So the application form certificate suggests it's in NHS ownership. I would imagine there would have to be a legal process about what you've just discussed in order to, but I'll defer to Steve on that.
Well, if I may, Chairman, I mean, this issue was raised at the local plan examination when these policies were being put forward, and I remember those submissions very clearly. And the inspectors ruled that was not for them a relevant consideration in considering the local plan in terms of allocating the policy. At best, I would describe it as perhaps a sort of a private covenant. And you will know from previous discussions, we don't get involved in what are generally sort of civil matters, but rest assured, this has been thoroughly scrutinised before this local plan was finally adopted in 2019. We had two inspectors looking very carefully at it, and they did not feel that argument was sufficient to not allocate this site for development.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Very helpful. Thanks, Bryce. Any more questions to the officers? No? Okay, good. In which case we move to our speakers in support of the application. So Mr. Adams and Mr. Bolitho, and you're going to share the time, I believe. And you've worked out how to do that?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we have 3 minutes then.
We're not, just to clarify, we're not going to share the time.
Oh, right.
Steve, apologies for my slightly failing voice. Mr. Adams from NHS Property Services is here to help if the committee have any questions that go beyond my remit as a mere planning consultant. So,
okay, that's very helpful clarification. Thank you. So 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, as has been indicated, you've had a comprehensive officer report and presentation. The application in front of you is a hybrid application, which your officers have described the procedural elements of that. The proposals are for a extension to the retained hospital in the western part of the site, and an up to 70-bed care home in the eastern part. Could be less than 70, but it's a maximum of 70, and the reserve matters application will confirm the final numbers. As confirmed, the site is allocated in the local plan for retained and potentially extended healthcare provision and residential care use in the eastern part. In terms of the two elements of the proposal, there is a direct link in that the capital receipt from the sale of the land for the care home is to be reinvested in the healthcare extension, and the extension itself will assist in delivering improved and expanded birthing and children's services. Importantly, the healthcare services for children, young people and families in the area are fragmented at the moment, and many of the facilities are dispersed across a wide area. So the vision here is to deliver a co-located centre of excellence, picking up physical, mental health and wellbeing services for children and families in one location. As I say, you've got a comprehensive report in front of you. It covers all of the relevant considerations. It concludes that the proposals are acceptable when judged against the authority's planning policies. It also confirms that this is an important proposal in terms of the local plan. It will make a significant contribution to healthcare facilities, but also specialist accommodation for older people. Members will note the application was submitted in June 2022, some 15 months ago. The approach of the applicant has been to work proactively with your officers to deliver a policy compliant proposal despite the extended timescales. Applicants responded constructively to requests for additional information, and indeed there were pre-application discussions and, as Mr. Avery's indicated, lengthy discussions at the local planning examination. It's taken a number of years to get to today, and it really is a significant milestone in the process. So overall, it'll be clear the proposals accord with the development plan. They're also the fruition of an extended but constructive application process, and the applicant respectfully requests that the committee endorses the recommendation of officers to approve the application subject to the planning agreement and planning conditions set out in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could stay where you are, and we'll take any questions from members. I've got Gavin. Gavin, by the way, sorry.
I thought I was a list. I was about to start. Thanks so much for the presentation. Got my pen, won't need it. When questions about numbers, when you see a site that's been allocated in a local plan for a certain number of units and you come back with an application and you've increased the number, could you just walk us through why you've done that and what evidence or what factors have led you to seek to increase the numbers?
Yeah, sure. I think there's two elements to that. If I can give a slightly indirect answer to the question to start with, just to be clear, as the presenting officer indicated, firstly, the policy says about 30 units, I think, or around, thank you. But also the supporting text to the policy clarifies that the reason for any restriction would essentially be because of potential impacts on the adjoining designations, the statutory designations, and that any increase could be accepted as long as it was demonstrated there wasn't an impact on those designations. So there is, as I say, the policy is not expressed as a maximum, and it sets out clearly under what circumstances you can have a higher number. There's also the issue that it refers to units, and what we don't have here is the scheme. So it would have approved, for example, 30 extra care individual flats, for example, would be compliant with the policy. You could have 2 people living in each of those, so you could have 60 people. I think we reached, I'll call it an agreement on the fact that I think the authority's interpretation was used as an average household number of about 1.8. So if you actually had 30 units with 1.8 occupants, you would end up with 54 people. So that was the position of the authority. You could possibly finesse that either way, but you're playing with numbers. So there's an element of it's the impacts, it's converting residential units to comparing a policy framed in residential units to what is actually a care home, and also looking at the care home sort of market and what would be an attractive proposition, because as we already indicated, the sale of the site assists delivery in NHS facilities, and there has to be people out there willing and able to purchase the land to bring a scheme forward. But it is up to 70, as I think I've already said. So, and clearly you might expect people to be seeking to max, but it's quite conceivable for a particular operator, actually 64 or 60 works better for them. And therefore, so what we've demonstrated is that up to 70 doesn't have any of the impacts that the policy seeks to protect. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yep, that does. Thank you very much.
Bryce, please.
Thanks. Would it be fair to say that a priority in the design for the care homes has been maximising profit, but specifically in order to fund the birthing unit?
I'm going to say I don't think that's fair. Clearly, there has to be, in terms of it clearly maximising the capital receipt of the land. The more money that you get for the land, the more can be invested. But that has been done in the context of the authority's policies. So what I would say is I don't think we're asking, so the applicant is not asking the authority to accept something that goes beyond its policy because it would generate more money that would then help. It's probably fair to say the scheme maximises the amount of development you can get on the site, but within the scope of what the policy allows. So it's not challenging the authority and saying that the applicant needs X pounds more to deliver this healthcare project, therefore can we have a bit more? So it isn't, it's maximising it within the scope of a policy compliant scheme.
Thank you. Any further questions for our speaker? Yeah, Mary.
I would just like to ask how you are quantifying and how you are going to measure that the care home is going to provide facilities for those who are not possibly as financially well off as others, really affordable care.
Well, there isn't a policy requirement to provide any, as it were, the equivalent of an affordable housing element of the care home. I mean, ultimately, it will be, no one knows who the care home operator will be at this stage, and they will have their own policies, operations management regime. Having said that, there are controls. Should planning permission be granted, there will be controls in the legal agreement around the local connection points, as well as some of the things that I've touched on around pet impacts and things on the designated sites. But there isn't anything going to be enshrined that requires an equivalent of I guess, affordable care home accommodation.
Proposals for extra care use must be provided on site, extra care affordable for local people. So it was really just to look to see if there was any provision, because there may be people in affordable housing, but they may not necessarily be able to afford the care when it comes to that point.
So I can answer your question correctly now. Criteria E in the policy doesn't apply to this scheme.
Right.
That applies if they've been individual extra care housing units that would be more akin to individual houses, then the affordable element would have kicked in. But the officer report at 8.31 confirms that that criterion doesn't apply because this is a care home rather than individual units.
Yep, thank you for clarifying that. It's just that I just wondered if that may be a provision that may be considered later.
Okay, very good. No more questions? In which case, thank you very much, sir. My running order says that we're going to hear from Councillor Caroline Hubbard from the Parish Council. She sent her apologies, so no one standing in for that. Very well. Okay, well, you'll be aware, members, from reading your papers that the Parish Council had some objections, but we have no councillor here to speak to those or to take our questions, which is unfortunate, really. Okay, that being the case, let's move on to debate, really. Members, and we have views on this. Gavin.
Well, Chair, I have a kind of clarificatory question for officers based on the exchanges we've just had. The calculation and the way in which we approach policies where we deliberately leave numbers subject to refinement, i.e. the number of beds / units, and that question about the element of this proposal. The calculation based on 1.8 persons leading to the 54 number, we're now accepting up to 70. That's a 30% uplift. I just wondered, question back to officers, why we think that's acceptable, or what, if you like, extra mitigation have we required in order to absorb that kind of increase?
Sorry.
Yeah, so that has been looked at carefully. Paragraph 8.26 sets out how the calculation was made to show that there is an uplift, and I was clear in my presentation, there is an uplift to what the policy is, although it says around that number. So we have had to look at carefully whether that could be accommodated on this site. We requested certain documents to be submitted with this application, even though it was outlined, to help us with that, form that judgment. So there's a landscape visual impact assessment submitted to look at the landscape impacts. In terms of ecology, we've looked very carefully at that. You will note that we have sought mitigation in form of recreational mitigation, where that was disputed between the parties, and we've taken a precautionary approach on that. So there are particular aspects, plus the legal agreement, that we feel that extra quantum could be accommodated.
Thanks so much. I think it's just very useful just to make sure that's explicit and understood. Thank you.
So, Michael, and then Bryce.
Just on the Chief's question, we have it at 70. Is it possible for the applicant to come back with a revised number and say, we'd rather like to have 934, if you'll be minded so to do? Or is 70 the ceiling? And can we condition that so that there is no ambiguity over any potential increase in number?
So the information submitted is in support of an up to 70-bed care home. If a proposal came forward for more than that, then the applicant would need to demonstrate that that could be accommodated and not have adverse impacts and could be mitigated. In terms of conditions, we do have a condition setting out the parameters, including the 70 figure. Someone can find it before me, but there is a condition. Oh, it's not 70 bed, but it's got the footprint and the GIA and the story height. So I think that has been looked at by the applicant to form a 70 bed. So if they went above those figures, then they would be out of the scope of this application.
And Chairman, I'm just very clear. I mean, I think actually if members just read the description of the development, it's an outline application for up to 70-bed care home, up to. So in my mind, that is what, if it was granted planning permission, that is what the outline permission is for 70, no more.
So Steve, if an application came in for more, then it would be a new application and would be dealt with accordingly. Right, okay, I hope that gives you what you need, Michael. Any more points of clarification, first of all, before we move to debate? In which case we're in debate, so Bryce.
Thank you. I'm Chairman, I'm going to speak perhaps at some length now, but I will try to be as clear and concise as possible, but it is relevant. We've already established the acceptance of demolition of the site, and the planning officer's report makes clear that that's down to the case made in what is described as the very detailed heritage statement. And it's also accepted by the planning officer, by the conservation officer. And it's on the basis of that statement, that heritage statement submitted by the applicant, that the Conservation Officer's findings have been formed. The Conservation Officer in her response specifies this and specifies that the demolition of the structure is acceptable due to the fact that much of the original workhouse structure has been fragmented and obscured by partial demolition. And she goes on to specify that reluctantly she is now of the view that the former workhouse has thus been significantly altered and irretrievably damaged. And she does emphasize the reluctantly, but due to the irretrievable damage, due to the fragmented demolition of that original workhouse structure, she considers, based solely on that the loss is acceptable to make way for the more holistic use of the site. The heritage statement in question, the point that it makes where that's concerned, it acknowledges that, and again, throughout the planning officer's report and the conservation officer's report, it is emphasized repeatedly that this really is the key, this loss of the original buildings. And the heritage statement in question points out that even though it had potentially be considered that it was a very well preserved building, that was because it was only focusing on the sort of the YT, which I don't know if you've got if we could get the current blueprint up, if that's possible anywhere. There we go. Yeah, you can very clearly see that Y and T sort of at the front of it is almost entirely retained. There have been additions around it, but that structure, the Y and the T, have survived. And it was based on that it had originally been considered a significant survival. The heritage statement, however, demonstrates that in fact that was not the entirety of the original structure, that the original structure was defined not by the Y, but by the buildings surrounding it, which made it into a hexagonal structure. And for reference, they have offered a picture of Abingdon Workhouse, which has since been demolished. I have a copy of that here. In the heritage statement, it's figure 2. And I don't know how...
Can I just tell you that Abingdon Hospital has been redeveloped for housing and other uses?
Abingdon?
It's not been demolished.
Ah, really? Okay. Regardless, as you can clearly see in the depiction of Abingdon, yes, there are buildings surrounding it which make up that hexagonal structure. And the valid presumption thus has been, when comparing it with the 1869 map, you can also see that there are hexagonal buildings which make that up. Thus, the heritage statement interprets that as meaning that the original design was one made up and defined by those buildings surrounding it in a hexagonal structure, which have now been lost, and that loss makes it irretrievable. However, it mentions and includes a picture of the earliest map of it, which is from the 1842 tithe map. Here we see, and that's figure 1. And though they do mention it, it isn't really referred to more than once. In all subsequent comparisons, the 1869 map, which depicts the hexagonal buildings, is referred to as the original building, the original heritage, and that is accepted throughout. On the 1842 tithe map, it indicates that, in fact, there is only that original YT structure, and that the hexagonal shape around it is simply a boundary wall rather than buildings. The heritage statement has interpreted that as simply being undetailed, which is valid, though I would point out that in comparison with the rest of the Ealing tithe map, there is no point where buildings and properties are depicted simply as boundary lines, as they are in this instance. And also you can see, well, perhaps you can't, but the interior walls which there's no question Worge's boundary walls are depicted in the same way as the hexagonal structure surrounding it. Regardless, the argument of the heritage document relies on dismissing that as being an undetailed depiction, and the later 1869 map showing the buildings as being the original. And that's relevant because the original architect, Sampson Kempthorne, which is accepted by the heritage statement, is of undeniable significance. He was the core architect of the entire workhouse movement. And the majority, though he was the most prolific of the workhouse architects, and really the founder of the movement from an architectural perspective, the majority of his buildings have been lost or significantly altered and demolished. And in fact, this particular Y hexagonal design is in the minority. The majority of his buildings did not follow this design. This is a far more distinctive, interesting one, which I won't go into because it's all in the report. There is another map from 1848, which has not been included in the heritage statement. That's the 1848 Select Committee report on the New Forest includes a map, and that depicts it in the same terms as this 1842 map. It shows a YT set of buildings with a hexagonal boundary wall surrounding it. That too is not extremely detailed, however. In the Hampshire Record Office, they happen to have copies of the minutes of the boards of governors of the New Forest Union Workhouse from 1848 to 1850. And it's relevant because in the deeds we have in 1848 an extra 10 acres were granted to the workhouse. In those deeds, in the minutes, mention is made that in 1848 Samuel Cook and Joseph Payne, builders of Lyndhurst, were employed to build along one of the walls nurses' accommodation, and to increase the height of the surrounding boundary walls to 8 feet to stop people climbing in and out. The addition of that piece of evidence, which hasn't been considered, and the other map justifying, which agrees with the 1842 map, seems fairly convincingly to demonstrate that Sampson Kempthorne's original design, his original building, which is the one which has significance due to the status and relevance of the architect within the workhouse movement at a national level, his original design was the T with a Y, and the hexagonal structure was simply a boundary wall of under 8 foot, probably 5 or 6 foot, based on.
Right, if I may, and no one appreciates the heritage lecture more than I do, in fact, given my background. But I just wonder, we're pressed for time, whether you can focus right on the key point.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Chairman. With that in mind, the original structure is not, in fact, lost. Certainly not irretrievably. The original structure is right there. You can see it. What has been lost from the original structure are hexagonal boundary walls. The later development of turning those hexagonal boundary walls into buildings was not anything to do with the original design of Sampson Kempthorne, which is the design which has significance. With that in mind, the entire premise on which the Conservation Officer's report was made is false. It's flawed. The heritage statement makes quite clear that is the bulk of its argument, that the reason the heritage value is not significant enough to retain the building is that it is that original hexagonal structure has been lost. That hexagonal structure was not original. All that has been lost of the original hexagonal structure is a 5-foot boundary wall. On top of that, when you remove that element from the heritage statement, you are left with no compelling reasons to justify demolition. The only justifications given for demolition are that they don't consider it appropriate for, from an architectural perspective, for for a care home development, which certainly doesn't come into relevance where a heritage asset is concerned. And they go on to make the claim, which I'm frankly shocked by, and I don't know why it hasn't been picked up on before, because it's entirely contrary to the very concept of heritage preservation, and certainly goes against the national parks purpose. The continued presence of a building of this type, with all the historic associations and connotations attached to its original use, might well be considered to be inappropriate in principle on a site where a 21st century healthcare facility is to be developed. They go on to say later, that was at 4.5, at 4.6 they say, again, the appropriateness of retaining an 1830s workhouse in the core of an otherwise forward-looking 21st century healthcare facility is questionable. What they are saying then is that this is ideologically motivated and that it should be demolished because it's not the right kind of heritage. I question severely, with the significance in mind, I question severely the degree to which...
Michael.
If I may, thank you very much indeed. And I recognise the scholarship that you have put into this. Am I right in thinking you are objecting to whatever works is proposed on the workhouse? Is that the substance?
I am, but really what I believe is that substantive new historical evidence has come to light, which changes the core principles on which the conservation officer has made her decision and on which the entire argument justifying demolition has been based. Therefore, I believe, again, we should have a deferral simply in order to give our consultees and relevant authorities time to look over the new evidence, which I really do think makes a substantive difference.
Okay, thank you, Bryce.
With all due respect, if I may, it would have been helpful, knowing that you were going to make this presentation, for that to have been presented to members prior to this particular meeting, so that one would have the opportunity of examining it in hard copy format rather than having a verbal presentation.
I apologise for that. It was only yesterday that I really sunk my teeth into this particular one, and I wasn't sure. It was very short notice, but also I wasn't sure of what the specific protocol might be. This being my first national park planning meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Bryce. I mean, I should say, so as members will know, I come from a heritage background, having worked in the government statutory advisor on heritage for many years. So I did take a close look at the heritage statement as the conservation officer to send it to me. But I think the key part, and it's, there are issues of scholarship, no doubt, and detail that need to be examined. But the key point, I think, in terms of this building is that you need to take both the significance of the building, its current condition, and also, I think, crucially in this case, its suitability and its capacity for meaningful change. And I think that is an issue that is limited in the case of this building. So I think, I wouldn't dispute the facts you've laid out in terms of the accuracy or otherwise of that element of the heritage statement. But I think the conservation officer and indeed the archaeologist have looked at this case, and they've had to weigh not only the condition, not only the significance, but also the ability for that building to be meaningfully changed in the context of the use of the site and the new development. I think that's what they've weighed as well in coming to their conclusion. So if I may, I'm sorry to do this from the chair, but I think perhaps if I was over there, I'd be better off doing it. But that I would respectfully submit has also been taken into account.
Yeah, completely. And but I would say that due to the acceptance of the heritage statement provided, which was fundamentally flawed, and I'm not suggesting that it was willfully so. This is obscure, knotty history. The balance was considered based on false history, based on inaccurate information. New information has come to light, which I think arguably alters that balance. Certainly, I agree that such a building is limited in what it can be used for. However, there have been many examples, such as Abingdon and Lymington, where it has been converted into housing very successfully. So it certainly isn't unviable for other purposes. In terms of its condition, again, the judgment on its condition was based in significant part on the fact that lots of it had been demolished from the original structure, which it seems may not be the case.
No, but I think we've got that. I mean, I'm sure members have registered that.
In which case, I would just say I don't believe that we can take that balance anymore as being read. And I would say I'm not saying just based on this presentment that we should refuse. I'm saying that this is worthy of a closer look at in order to assess what that balance is and whether the balance remains.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And members will have taken that on board. So we're still in debate. Members, other points, views, comments? No? Right. Right.
Aside from the heritage element, I do think that it's perhaps quite a considerable reach to go from around 30 to 70. I know that there have been arguments made, but I am still. It does still. I mean, that is a considerable increase. And I'm not aware. Steve, has there been another example of such a significant increase?
And I mean, just on the numbers, and it's I think Natalie's referred you to the relevant paragraph 826, which sort of just gives some of the background on the quantum of development and how we get to the sort of that 54 calculation. So we're comparing it to that. But I mean, without prolonging this debate too much, but just to. I think it is relevant to understand how this site allocation came about. This is not a site that we initially proposed as part of our local plan submissions. It was one that was promoted by the site owner, asked the inspectors who were examining our local plan to say, this site should be allocated to, as well as the one in Walton's Lane in Ashurst. So long story short, actually the local plan inspectors told us as a National Park Authority, you need to go away and you need to allocate this site to make sure your plan is fully compliant with national policy. So what that means is that as officers, we did not have the amount of time that we had on the other schemes that we looked at to do a proper capacity analysis. And if I'm honest with you, the figure of 30 was plucked out of the air a little bit on a very straightforward desktop exercise. And as Natalie's outlined, now we've got the benefit of this application and all the details that have come with it, and in particular its actually intended use, which means there won't be wider impact. The impacts on the surrounding areas will be a lot less than if this was just housing. Means that we feel that this is acceptable. And you've seen the footprint that the building would take up on the site, albeit I know that's still subject to latter approval, but we're confident that this site can accommodate this scale of development for this intended use without any adverse impacts on either the local community, on the highway, or on the designated sites. And that's why we've got a favourable recommendation to you today on that.
Okay, thanks, Steve. So as it stands, we have a recommendation to agree the planning proposal, subject to a lot of conditions and the reserved matters, which we would expect to see as an authority at a later date. Bryce has obviously raised his concerns about the demolition of the listed buildings. I just want to check in with members before we hear from our public speakers again as to whether there's anything more they would like to say. No, in which case, sorry, I'm just trailing in paper.
Thank you. Which clearly isn't going to be achievable. So I'll try to pick up a few points very quickly. On the heritage issues, it's been clear that the officers have been, the conservation officers been in the building. This isn't just a desk-based exercise. So the conservation officer has visited not only the site but in the building. And ultimately, the site is allocated for redevelopment for Class C2 air use. Frankly, if the buildings aren't demolished, the allocation is not going to be delivered, and the local planning authority, or sorry, the park authority won't meet its local plan obligations. But the demolition has been justified as far as the applicant's concerned. Conversion to housing was suggested. That doesn't comply with the park authority policies. In fact, it would have far greater impacts than the current proposal. It isn't a jump from 30 to 70 because we're not comparing like for like.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, right. So at the moment we have the officer's recommendation on which we will take a vote. Do I have a proposer for the officer's recommendation? Gavin and a Michael seconder. And on that basis, can we take a vote, please? Those in favour of the officer's recommendation? Those against? One. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. I suspect it's probably a good time to break for lunch here. And we will outside, Vicky, in the breakout area, and we will reconvene at. Yeah. Well, is half an hour okay for people, given the length of the agenda? Right, we'll reconvene in half an hour. Thank you very much, members. Thank you. We've dealt with 3 out of our 10 planning items, plus we have an additional item on the agenda. So obviously we do need to crack on if we're going to go home in daylight. So with your forbearance, I will move to report item 4, which is application 22/01001, full application and land to the north of Beecham Wood, Aldrich Hill, Brockenhurst. So, and that is being presented by Carly again. Yeah. Thanks, Carly.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is located to the eastern side of Aldrich Hill and comprises a parcel of agricultural land totaling just over 8 hectares, split into 4 paddocks, as you can see on this plan. It is immediately adjacent to the open forest, and there is an existing access via a gate and a private track within the southeastern corner of the site. The application seeks permission for a temporary agricultural workers dwelling in the form of a 100 square metre mobile home located within the southwestern corner of the site, as well as the creation of a hard standing for parking. And the agricultural enterprise involves the breeding and keeping of alpacas. This is the floor plan of the proposed dwelling. It would be constructed using horizontally laid timber boarding on a brick plinth with a slate roof, timber windows. This is the rear elevation. And the side elevations. And just a section of the site. So this is the existing access that I mentioned off Aldrich Hill. I'm stood on the open forest. And the area to the left there is the proposed location of the dwelling. This is looking the other side of that access, so to the rear of the property of Beecham Wood. And if you can see where where the cursor is that gated access when viewed from the open forest, and a view down the boundary, and another view down the boundary from slightly further away. The application follows one which was withdrawn last year due to insufficient information in respect of the policy tests, which are set out in paragraphs 8.4 to 8.11 of the report. Policy SP31 of the local plan supports agricultural workers' dwellings on a temporary basis where evidence of financial soundness and the sustainability of an enterprise has not yet been proven, and this is intended to help support new agricultural enterprises. Subject to them meeting other policy criteria, Reading agricultural consultants within their appraisal of the application now have been able to objectively conclude that there is an essential need for somebody to be readily available on site at most times, and that based on the financial information, the business could be profitable and sustainable within 3 years. In respect of other considerations, the design and the scale of the temporary dwelling is considered appropriate. There will be no impact on neighbouring amenity. The dwelling would be visible from outside the site. However, there is sufficient screening as shown on the photos along the boundary, which would minimise any kind of visual amenity impact. The parish council recommended refusal of the application due to concerns about the impact of the development on the adjacent open forest in respect of ecology. Natural England have not raised an objection, subject to conditions to which the applicant has agreed, and temporary permission is therefore recommended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Carly. Any questions for Carly? No? Good. Can we ask, then there's a speaker in support of the application, Mr. Mark Pettit. Have I got that right, sir? Thanks. And you've got 3 minutes to make your point, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name's Mark Pettit. I work for Fowlers and we prepared and submitted this application. I won't take up too much of your time as the committee report sets out clearly why planning permission should be granted in this instance, and we fully support this recommendation. The reason this application is being considered before members is because the parish council have raised an objection to the proposals. The sole reason for the objection is because the site is adjacent to a triple SI, and that, in their view, any development here would be detrimental to the ecology of the forest. Members will note that this matter is dealt with at paragraphs 8.15 and 8.16 of the committee report. It confirms that an appropriate assessment has been carried out by the council in accordance with the habitat regulations. This concluded that any adverse recreational impacts could be mitigated by way of an appropriately worded condition, and that the proposed development was unlikely to give rise to significant urban effects on the forest. The appropriate assessment was submitted to Natural England in July, and they raised no objection to the application, subject to appropriate mitigation being secured. With this in mind, the committee report sets out a number of preconditions which we have already agreed to, and which were also included as conditions on the previously approved application on the agenda, which was also close to a triple SI. Condition number 4 relates to external lighting, condition number 6 relates to nitrate mitigation, and condition number 8 relates to ecological mitigation. With these conditions in place, there is no reason to believe that the proposed development will have a detrimental effect on the ecology of the forest. We therefore respectfully request that planning permission be granted accordingly, in line with your officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Pettit, please? So, Joe, thank you.
After the time is up, what happens after the 2? Was it 2 years or 3 years, Grant? 3. What happens then with the work?
So, just before the 3 years expires, the intention would be to submit a full planning application for a permanent dwelling. So the 3-year temporary period is effectively in place to establish the business. And then at the end of that 3-year period, hopefully demonstrate that it's profitable and sustainable going forward, sufficient to justify hopefully a permanent dwelling. So that's why it's just there for the 3 years.
Any other questions for our speaker? No? In which case, thank you very much, sir. In my running order, I have Parish Council Rep to be confirmed. So, Mr. Horn, is it? Yeah, welcome, Mr. Horn. Thank you for coming along.
As first I should explain, I'm not the usual person here. John Corby is the usual person. Unfortunately, his wife died last week. He's asked me, therefore, to stand in, and I feel to say that. The Parish Council objected to this proposal purely on the SSSI situation and the fact that it must be used, I think, for the alpaca activity there. We were concerned, I think. We thought that Natural England would be a little more hard, shall I say, on the conditions provided, because it is right next to SSSI, and we've noticed in other areas that the ecology can be disturbed. They assure us it's not, and I hope that you'll continue to monitor that to make sure that's the case. So, providing that they are thoroughly observed, we hope that the National Park will make sure that's the case. I do ask, though, that the one question, is it an approval for the alpaca activity only, and it could not lead perhaps to a coroner's cottage on the scene at the end of the 3 years' time as a result of this, if that application was put forward and approved. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. I don't know, are there any questions? In which case, thank you very much. I'll take that, we'll refer that question back to officers. So Carly, could you just respond to that?
So firstly, condition 1 sets out that once the 3-year period has expired, the use shall cease and the land return to its former condition.
I know that, yes.
Unless another application comes in. I mean, the premise of this application is for an agricultural workers dwelling in respect of an alpaca keeping and breeding business, and the Reading agricultural consultants have commented on that basis with those specific details. I think if we were to then if an application were to come in the future for a commoners dwelling, then we'd have to assess it against the relevant criteria of the local plan.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Thank you, Mr. Pettit. Thank you very much. So, Michael, you have a point.
Something completely outside planning.
Another question for the...
Well, I just wanted to say, perhaps it would be proper for this planning committee to express our condolences to Councillor Holby, who has been so very, very a regular attender at this particular planning meeting. I hope you feel that's not out of order.
It's a very good point, Michael. Thank you for reminding us and making that point. So I hope you will convey our condolences. Yeah.
I'll see him tonight. We have a planning meeting tonight and he'll be there, I think.
Right, okay, thank you very much. Okay, thanks very much, Councillor. Right, with that, therefore we are in debate, unless there are any points of clarification anyone wants to raise with officers. Debate, members, anything that anyone wants to say about this? We have a proposal to agree to grant the planning permission. No debate, in which case I will ask, sorry. Yeah, sorry. You go.
Acceptance of the recommendation.
A second for that. Thank you, Joe. I don't know, Mr. Pettit, whether you want to make any response in relation to that. No. And Mr. Horn, do you want to make a response? In which case, can we go to the vote, please? All those in favour of the recommendation? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you to our speakers as well. Okay, that takes us to report item 6. We're holding 5 back to later in the agenda. So report item 6 is application 23/00665, which is a full application for Forest Cottage, Lymington Road, Brockenhurst. And again, it's going to be presented by Carly. So thank you, Carly.
Thank you, Chair. The application site is located to the eastern side of the A337 Lymington Road and comprises a Grade 2 listed building surrounded by agricultural land to its north, south and east, some of which is within the ownership of the applicant. The Pig Beer Brewery, also within the applicant's ownership, is to the southwest of the residential curtilage. Just mark it with the cursor there. This application seeks permission for a single-storey extension with a basement upon the rear of the dwelling and attached to existing extensions. So we have the existing and proposed ground floor plans with the proposed extension in red, and the proposed basement plan, and the existing proposed first floor plans where there would be no change. The existing and proposed front elevation, and this side elevation, so we can see the proposed extension here. It would be timber-clad with a natural slate roof and be attached to the existing, to the dwelling by a glazed link, as can be seen here. This is the front elevation of the dwelling. The existing link between the rear of the original dwelling and the later extensions, and the existing single-storey extension with the conservatory, and another view of that. And you can just see the cat slide roof to the rear of the original dwelling, and then the link to the single-storey extensions. The dwelling is a small dwelling for the purposes of policy DP36. However, as a result of these previous extensions and a conservatory permitted under New Forest District Council's exemption policy, the 100 square metre floor space restriction relevant to small dwellings has already been exceeded. The case put forward by the applicant for additional floor space over and above the usual policy restrictions is one of a genuine family need in relation to the space requirements of a growing family, the association with the brewery business, and as a result of the development constraints of the listed building. Should a genuine family need be identified, then policy can allow a total maximum floor space of 120 square metres. The existing floor space of the dwelling is approximately 112 square metres, and therefore policy could allow for a further 8 square metres to be added. The proposal seeks to add a further 21 square metres, taking the floor space to a total of 133 square metres. There is discrepancy between the agents' and officers' calculations, as areas of the existing and proposed dwelling have been incorrectly excluded by the agent. Pre-application advice was sought and guidance in respect of the floor space calculations was provided, but this hasn't unfortunately been followed. The proposal is therefore directly contrary to policy in respect of floor space. In the scenario where the proposed additional floor space did fall within the policy limitations, this would only be granted permission where a genuine family need has been identified. So the supporting text to DP36 makes clear that the needs of a growing family is not considered exceptional, so as to warrant a departure from policy. In respect of the constraints in relation to the listed building status, alternatives to the proposal have been suggested by officers, which have been considered and rejected by the applicant. And the reconfiguration of the existing floor space does not appear to have been considered either. Whilst it's acknowledged that the listed building and its original design and layout may direct additions rearward, the continuation of this rearward projection is not considered to be an appropriate design solution. And in relation to the need for to be on site for business purposes, it's apparent that the business does operate and is capable of being operated from the existing dwelling, and the requirement for additional floor space is not considered to be directly linked to the needs of the business. To conclude then, the proposed floor space is in excess of the policy limitations, and even if it were not, the genuine family need has not been identified, and as such it's recommended that permission is refused. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Carly. Are there any questions from members for Carly on this? Carly, I'll just go on and just wanted to, I think you covered it, but the design and conservation team discussed with the applicant alternative design solutions, but they have not been brought forward.
Yeah, it was a non-exhaustive kind of few suggestions, just looking at other ways in which to provide floor space without having to kind of perpetuate this single story range to the rear.
Okay, thank you.
Just to address the points Carly's made regards to the floor space, in the policy plan, it refers to habitable floor space. I think it's really important that we bear that in mind because when it comes to the guidance notes by the authority with regards to how habitable floor space is calculated, it unfairly prejudices listed buildings because listed buildings are subjected to a high level of scrutiny and require permission in order to change internal features. If you look at our case, of the 112 square metres of habitable floor space that is claimed that we enjoy, 8 square metres of that makes up internal solid walls which are over 1 foot thick, and a staircase that is boxed into a wall, and a old smoking fireplace, all of which are listed, protected, and cannot be removed if we were to seek permission to do that and reconfigure. The second point is that because of the listed nature, the link that's been put in that you can see in the picture takes up approximately 4.5 square metres and is classed as habitable, yet because of its nature, it's very hard to actually use that in an efficient way. We disagree with the comments around what we've considered already. We have a letter dated August 2023 provided our reasons. What we have considered laying out the property, and we've also considered the extension to the side. In the points here, I think just to clarify, paragraph 8.10, our orders that we provided in terms of priority have been slightly misrepresented because we said the primary reason that we discounted that was because of the damage to the historic property. Finally, the genuine family need, there's 2 points just to make. If you look at 8.4, there's 2 parts to a genuine family need. One is the exceptional circumstances that weren't foreseen at the point of purchase. I can say genuinely hand on heart, when we purchased the property, we had no intention of extending it. Obviously, recent global events have had a substantial impact on the brewery and our ability to move in a sensible time frame. The second part is it says that it would not normally would not cater for the growing needs of a family, which does suggest that there are circumstances in which it would indeed cater for the growing needs of a family. That's really what I've got to say.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions for Mr. Bainham, please? Can I ask you, Mr. Bainham, just so I'm clear, you did consider other design solutions?
Yes.
But you believe they would be damaging to the listed building?
Yeah, so the two options that were suggested were to reconfigure the layout, and we considered that, and due to the listed internal walls, these very thick, 1 foot thick walls, we wouldn't be able to move those, obviously, and therefore it made the internal space unusable for those purposes. And then extending to the side and demolishing the property at the rear, we felt predominantly that was going to be very damaging to the historical asset, more so than what we're proposing, which doesn't in any way impact the historical asset.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Not wishing to be too personal and to delve too much, can you amplify your family need in respect of what is now and what is anticipated? Because that is very much central to your position.
Sure. So we are saying that it's a growing family need, and we do understand that in normal circumstances that's not considered exceptional enough. But obviously, with our link to the business and the fact that the business needs us on site in order to operate economically, it does create a slightly difficult situation for us right now, because the family's expanded. We've got 4 people in the family. It's a 2-bedroom cottage, of which one of the bedrooms is exceptionally small. And as our girls grow, they're going to need to do homework. There's no space for them to have a desk or to do any of that kind of stuff. So it's really just, like I said, the 112 square metres that is referred to in here as being habitable floor space is not very fairly put forward, because we don't have 112 square metres of actual usable floor space. We're closer to 100 square metres.
Right. So you're a 4-member family in a 2-bedroom cottage?
Yes, with exceptionally small bedrooms, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions? Thank you, Mr. Bainham. Thank you. We have, on behalf of the Parish Council, Mr. Horn, I believe. Thank you, Mr. Councillor Horn. Thank you, Councillor.
When this application was presented to us, we were conscious of the increased pressure on small businesses through the pandemic and current cost of living issues. We saw this very seriously in the village, with businesses having closed down. We appreciated the planning problems and the precise issues, and I think I have some sympathy with the calculation difference. But nevertheless, if you just look at the calculation difference, originally this cottage was 100 square metres, and NFDC allowed a 12% increase on that when there were only 2 people living in it, thinking it was justifiable to increase the then allowance. Now we have new people in it with a family growing, and it will be, I think, reasonable to assume that that similar percentage might be applied to the current limit. So we would actually try and press things a little bit, if one can, to be more compromising in the present circumstances to the applicant. We were anxious that we just didn't want to say, yes, we agree with yourselves, because of the pressures that are on this business, and we would like to see it supported. I think open to that. We've seen on the news this morning one brewery is closed because it can't be economic and so forth. And clearly it's more economic and will only really viable if these people can stay on site and not have to move out. Therefore, the square footage or square meterage that we talk about is significant. And I think, I'm not sure whether I speak to the rest of it on the second conservation issue or just the square footage, because it's only really the meterage that falls into our bone of contention, as it were, on the first part. We have some comments on the conservation issue, but I think that if you'll forgive me, I'll continue as perhaps the previous owner talked to us about, and deal with the comments made by the building conservation officer. we saw the various things put forward and note that I think for good reasons they felt that they couldn't institute the proposals of the Conservation Officer to continue. Applicant has put forward those things very clearly to you, and I think they are valid. The general comment was it was not, the authority didn't feel that the increase in family was meant that the need for extra space. I did feel that the Conservation Officer was more considerate in that sense, in that she did state, I'm very sympathetic to the needs of a growing family and understand the cottage's current layout and rooms do not provide adequate space for the applicant and his family. So I think there is some justification from her that perhaps it is needed, as it were, and it's not quite reflected in the overall statement there. How we prefer, I think we can try and say, can you be more compromising in assessing the area, because I think there is a need to do that. How the Conservation Officer can provide support might be a more difficult question, but I think in this instance we're rather hopeful that there can be more favourable consideration and perhaps consideration of the particular problems in this particular site and the needs for some extension to cater for the extra family needs and indeed the business needs, because it is managing the business as well in that space. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any questions, Councillor? No. Thank you very much. So, I don't know whether officers might want to make a response to any of that before we go into debate. Steve, would you?
Just listening to the debate, Chairman. I mean, these are difficult ones again, aren't they, members? You hear that and you think, that is quite a reasonable case that's being put forward. But all I would remind you of, this is a policy in terms of limiting extensions to dwellings in the New Forest that we apply consistently and fairly and regularly, and we get many of these applications. And I was just reading the applicant's accompanying design and access statement, and that in the opening paragraphs acknowledges that this proposal is contrary to our policy. So there's no dispute there. The applicant is saying to you, but they've got special circumstances that would justify going against that. We take a different view. A growing family in itself is not an exceptional justification. Lots of people are facing those circumstances who live in the New Forest in smaller properties, and they've been told in the past they can't extend for that reasons. So, and then there's the connection with the business. But again, a lot of local residents in the New Forest will have a connection to the area where they might work and have relatives and why they need to stay in the area. So again, that in itself is not an exceptional reason. So in summary, Chairman, we feel this application fails on two important policy grounds. One, there isn't an exceptional case here to warrant a departure from policy. And even if there was, it's exceeding the threshold of 120 square metres. So it's, from the officer's point of view, it's very clear.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I must admit, I have to echo Steve's concerns. These are difficult cases, but we do see them a lot. And this is a core policy for the National Park. And I can recall a case actually in Brockenhurst about a year ago, very similar, where the committee regretfully had to follow the policy line, because without taking that line, clearly we will see a lot more applications come in. But I would like to open it up now to debate amongst members, please, if I can.
Yeah, I would just like to say I concur. If not, the floodgates would open. And then it makes it very, very difficult. And it's quite hard to bear for those who have been refused to find that then there's a change.
Bryce.
Yes, I do concur. I am, of course, sympathetic to all of the issues raised, and it is a good argument. But the policy is such a flagship one, and it's so explicit. And when you factor in the listed building status as well, I just don't think that I can support anything other than the officer's proposal.
Thank you, Bryce. Michael.
Thank you, Chairman. Very, very briefly, if I was voting with my heart, I would vote for permission. And I say that unequivocally. If I was voting with my heart, That's how I would vote. But there is a higher principle, and that higher principle is the policies that we have set in place. Regrettably, we must follow those policies. Not regrettably, but we need to follow those policies.
Thank you, Michael. I'm not sure the sentiment that's shared quite widely, but are there any more points from members at this stage? No. Okay. It's a chance for our speakers. You've heard what the committee have said so far. If you wish, Mr. Bainham, you've got 1 minute to respond. No new issues, just a sort of response to what you've heard from the committee, please.
I guess it's important just to note that the planning application only does not adhere to the policy if you take the guidance notes for how habitable floor space is calculated. Those habitable floor space calculations are part of the authority's calculations. So if you were to actually assess it as we presented it and acknowledged that it doesn't adhere because of the calculation guidelines, but actually if we were to review the calculation guidelines because of the listed nature of the building, then it would adhere to the policy. So I think we're not disputing the overall policy, just the nature in which these habitable floor space calculations are being calculated. And obviously the genuine family needs is all part of the policy. That again is something that you can decide. If it's a genuine family need, you can say yes. And that's not opening any floodgates. That's just accepting that there's a small allowable increase to the floor space. So, okay.
Thank you, sir. Just on that specific issue, I think the paper's quite clear about the basis of the calculation, but I don't know, Carly, whether you just want to respond to that.
Yeah, so the planning information leaflet sets out that the calculation of habitable floor space is taken as the gross internal floor space, including all floors and stairwells. When we're doing our calculations, we measure around the internal perimeter, and we do that for every property. It would not be fair or consistent to, on a case-by-case basis, say, oh, we're just going to exclude this chimney or stairwell. So I'm quite satisfied that my calculations are correct. And unfortunately, I can't agree with the agent's interpretation of the way in which to measure floor space.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Mr. Horn, do you wish to respond at all? Thanks. You have 1 minute also, Councillor.
Just one comment. The question of the definition of a growing family, I think one has to say that in many of the other instances, it's people living in a house wanting to extend to stay there. In this instance, it's an additional reason that they need to stay there because of the business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That's much appreciated. Okay, we have a recommendation to grant subject to conditions. Sorry, I do apologise. It's been a long meeting. We have a recommendation for refusal. Can I have a proposer? Thank you. And a seconder? Thank you, Mary. In which case, can we take the vote, please? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Oh no, it's not even this one. So yes, this is the accompanying listed building consent application with considerations now just focused on the impact upon the listed building. And as I've touched on my previous presentation, the design of the proposed extension was considered to perpetuate the single-storey range to a degree which was considered unsympathetic and inappropriate, which would erode the special historic and architectural qualities of the listed building. So therefore, it's recommended that the listed building consent application be refused also. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly. Michael?
Chairman, I propose we go straight to the vote.
And seconder for that? Thank you, Bryce. in which case the recommendation is to refuse. I've got it right this time. So all those in favour of refusal. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we now go on to report item 9, which is application number 23/00701. So application for full application for 15 Forest Gardens, Lyndhurst. And that's going to be presented by Claire. Welcome, Claire.
Good afternoon, members. Apologies for the late admission of the Conservation Officer's comments, which have now been circulated to the committee members and the Parish Council. I'd also just like to note that there is a small error on the roof plan for the store at the side of the property and the size of the balcony, but we do believe we have sufficient information to assess the application, determine the application, as this is shown correctly on the elevations of the proposed plans. Okay, so 15 Forest Gardens is located in the Lyndhurst Conservation Area. The dwelling is an anomaly in the area as it is of no particular architectural merit. The application follows a granted consent for similar works in 2021, and the changes will be shown together with what is proposed currently in the slides that are coming forward. The changes relate primarily to the front elevation, and the details will be shown in the presentation. So these plans show that the built form of the proposed development is pretty much exactly the same as what has already been granted under a 2021 application. So here you can see the ground floor plans. Whilst there are some internal alterations to the layout, the form and shape of the development in that sense is the same. As you can see from the first floor plans, the roof changes are the main area of change and consideration, which are at the front of the property. As you can see in the middle diagram, there were some pitched roofs there. It was quite a dynamic form, as you'll see in the elevations, but what's proposed under this application is several flat roof extensions. There is already a flat roof garage in that location. So as you can see from the side elevation, the changes are mainly to the front where it is a flat roof. There are some small changes to the windows and the materials. Again, the side elevation, there are no changes really to the rear of the property, but some of the windows are getting smaller on the south elevation and a standard window being proposed at the front and side. This is where the main changes are located. So they are located at the front. The middle diagram is what was previously granted, and that is shown in the middle. The lower diagram shows the flat roof, but still remaining with the proposed materials in the same sort of format. So the chimney is brick, and the smaller single-storey extension to the right of that diagram. Yeah, right of that diagram. It remains brick with the materials as timber cladding. The rear remains exactly the same as proposed in the 2021 application. This is a 3D view of the proposed development. I'll reiterate that this is a very different property to the surrounding developments, as you'll see in the photos shortly. So this is the front elevation of the property. This is the neighbouring property, and to the left-hand side of that picture, you can just about see the existing house subject to this application. And number 18 to the side is characteristic of the development, arts and craft development locally. Picture of the garage at the front of the house, which would be converted and changed into that single-storey element with the chimney. That's to the side of the property. Side of the garage. This is to the rear of the property, which is as existing at the moment, but they're cracking on with that work at the moment. And again, at the front of the property. So to conclude, this application has been recommended for permission subject to conditions, including the submission of the materials. The extensions would appear appropriate to the host dwelling, and having regards to the existing flat roof garage, existing permission, improving the appearance of the dwelling, and the Building and Design and Conservation Officer's comments, concluding that the design would not make the property stand out any more or cause any greater harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area than the property already does, the proposal is unobjectable. The proposal is therefore put forward as adhering to the requirements of Policy DP2, SB 17, SB 16 and DP 36. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Are there any questions? Yep, so Bryce.
Sorry, just a clarification. In the previously approved application, the pitch roofs there looked like they were designed to reflect the neighbouring arts and crafts property. In the current application clearly doesn't do this. Am I right in believing that whilst it might not enhance, it is considered to be neutral, to be not damaging?
Yes, so it's considered to be a preservation of the character of the conservation area.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Claire? In which case, we have a speaker for the proposal. Liam Mew, welcome. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to make your case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The purpose of this proposal was to reduce the pitch roofs of the previously approved 2021 scheme to improve the overall sustainability of the project through the use of sedum roofs, as well as significantly reducing the impact that the proposals would have on the street scene. 15 Forest Gardens is not a fine arts and crafts or Edwardian property, as you can see, but representative of a 1970s postmodern building that bears no real architectural merit. Aesthetically, its material palette and form conflict with its neighbours, and the garage block creates an imbalance that feels awkward both within the site and visually from the street, and as such can be considered a negative impact on the conservation area. The property is the only postmodern building in Forest Gardens, and the intention was to create a distinctive 21st century design by utilising the existing palette already found in the area. It was an important aspect of the brief to update and improve the appearance of the property, and the proposed use of red clay bricks, natural timber and render is respectful of the palette that can be found in the immediate vicinity in the village of Lyndhurst, as well as within the national park itself. The proposals are modest in scale, replacing the original garage with an extension similar in scale and form, connecting with a smaller front extension, which breaks up the large bulk of the existing garage on the principal elevation, creating a more cohesive design that enhances the property and in turn the street scene. The positive advantage of using flat roofs instead of the pitch design of the previously approved plan is it provides the opportunity to use sedum roofs. The advantage of green roofs are extensive, not only for the local ecology, but by improving the surface runoff from the roofs by slowing down the rate in which it's discharged into the ground, as well as improved heat retention. Sedum roofs can be particularly beneficial in an area such as this, which is predominantly clay and where the risk of urban saturation is significantly increased. This application has been designed and considered to not only enhance the property within the conservation area, but is promoting conservation methods to aid and encourage biodiversity and contribute towards reducing carbon emissions, which are key considerations both nationally and locally. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions, members? Bryce? Sorry, Mary, did you? Or anyone? No.
I take your point that the building currently contrasts with the surrounding arts and crafts properties, and so your brief has been to embrace that, but to update it with a higher quality design that reflects the 21st century. Was that your starting point, or did you consider ways in which alternative designs might be able to reflect the arts and crafts or enhance the design elements of its surrounding neighbours at all?
So with a property like this, it was really difficult to actually modify it, but without, I mean, we might as well have started from scratch if you're going to kind of go down the arts and crafts road. And I don't believe that we necessarily have to replicate something as lovely as the arts and craft building that we find on the corner and its neighbour, the more Edwardian building. So I felt that actually the way to go forward with this was to make a harmonised palette for the building, and try not to recreate what's already there, but actually just to improve it. I mean, we've got a dark cladded building that's got permission on the corner in dark stained wood, and that started to form a bit of a precedence for us. And then just trying to use the more natural materials that we find in the national park itself, as opposed to, the brick's very kind of dirty red, and just it really does kind of impact as you're going around Forest Gardens. So by using that kind of darker palette, it actually takes a little bit away from the impact. But no, I didn't feel that it was the right approach with this property to go down that route.
You say so the palette in the design, is that the same colour palette as the surrounding properties?
That's the idea, is that the dark red brickwork that we've got up here and the dark timber and the white render, those palettes are reflected within this property. So we're starting to see some cohesion, although not, but in a more contemporary manner. So rather than just putting the timber cladding on it, as we see here in the brace form, it's all timber. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Thank you very much. And for the Parish Council, we have Councillor Graham Reeve. Welcome, Councillor.
Good afternoon. 15 Forest Gardens. This application follows an original application 210198, to which Lyndhurst Parish Council also recommended refusal. However, at the time of our consideration of that application, there was no consultation report available on the website from the Conservation Officer. So our recommendation also included delegated powers to the Planning Officer on the assumption that conservation comments would be made in due course. Somewhat surprisingly to our committee, no such consultation or comment was sought or offered. 15 Forest Gardens lies within the Lyndhurst Conservation Area and specifically within Character Area B, detailed in the National Parks Conservation Area Character Appraisal document. Given then that Forest Gardens is afforded its own character area and commands a dedicated section 4.4 within the appraisal document, much emphasis is given to this by the Parish Council to preserve this unique area of the village. To that end, section 4414 of the character appraisal is of particular importance when considering applications in this location. It states any future proposals for alteration of buildings in this planned development should be considered with particular care to enable the Garden City ethos and arts and crafts detailing to be retained and enhanced. Whilst we accept that the application property is a recent infill and not of the same character as most properties, we don't accept that these current alterations will not cause any greater harm to the character and appearance of Forest Gardens and the conservation area. Further, it is our opinion that the Garden City ethos could be slightly recovered by reflection of the original dwellings in the application property through the pitched roofs previously proposed. And whilst maybe not enhancing the arts and crafts detailing, it should certainly not offer any further detriment by the cube-like design proposed. The computer design image within the application of the finished proposed alterations does not show the property in context with its surrounding Garden City-like location, but rather as a one-off standalone design, which may indeed be considered acceptable in other areas of the national park. Our objection to the original application was on matters of detail, which again we felt were detrimental to the conservation area. But at least at that time, there was to be introduced pitched and gabled roofs to offer a minimal nod to the designs of the surrounding properties. The latest proposals, however, do not even offer this compromise and would, in our opinion, result in the further development of a property totally out of keeping with the conservation area in which it resides. Further, the Parish Council is of the opinion that policy SP16 of the local plan cannot be complied with, specifically item I of that policy, which states, proposals will be supported where they do not harm the special interest, character or appearance of a conservation area, including spaces, street patterns, views, vistas, uses, and trees which contribute to that special interest, character or appearance, having regard to the relevant conservation area, character appraisal and management plan. Sadly, the damage to the area was done when this infill property was approved and built. But if we are to protect these unique and special areas of our national park, especially given the current and future pressures on to relax planning regulations, then we at the Parish Council feel duty-bound to try to support and maintain the recommendations contained within the adopted guidance documents. Hence, therefore, our recommendation for refusal of this application. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any questions for Councillor Reeve? No? Well, thank you very much, sir. In which case, we will move on to debate. So, views from members, please. Bryce?
I think this is an interesting. One, and I think it comes down specifically to the wording of the conservation area character appraisal, which specifies that development in the area should retain and enhance the arts and crafts aesthetic, and specifically the garden city concept. It's called Forest Gardens because it's designed around the theme of a miniature garden city. With that in mind, I think a question of whether this could be said, whether it retains the overall aesthetic of the area is separate to whether it enhances it. And the question of palette, I do concede I'm entirely in favour of the approach of looking to reflect the surrounding palette and colours. I'm currently having difficulty interpreting the surrounding palette in that. I think specifically, as you mentioned, as was mentioned, the cladding, the sort of Tudor-Beathan white and black. I don't see that in it. That said, the conservation officer hasn't objected, though I do wonder whether it can be said to enhance the arts and crafts aesthetic or the garden city concept. I'm on the fence.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments? Michael?
Yeah, I have to say that I'm somewhat, this is an excellent design. I have no query about that, but have a sense that it's in the wrong place. That's my feeling. It's unsympathetic to other properties within that immediate area, I'm afraid to say. And it's like a sore thumb that just suddenly sticks out. It has no synergy with some of the other properties. It's an experimental design, which in another development, you would give it 100 out of 100. Absolutely fine. But I think in this setting, it is not the right design. And for that reason, I would certainly have great difficulty in voting in favour of this particular design. I think there is an opportunity to reflect more accurately the character of that particular area.
Thank you, Michael. If I may, I mean, I think it's a tricky case, but actually, and Councillor Reeve sort of said it in his presentation, that the damage was done when the original building was put in. That is very much out of character. I think it's got a poor design. Personally, and I accept this is very subjective, I think this is a better design, improving on the building that's currently there. We could discuss at length whether it does pick up notes of the surrounding arts and crafts buildings, but as a building, I feel it's better designed and it's more sustainable, and it's an improvement on where we are now. So my main concern on reading the paper initially was there was no conservation officer reports noted, and so I queried that ahead of the meeting, and that was an oversight. We do know the conservation officer has been in support of this proposal. So my own view is that I'm prepared to vote in favour of recommending permission. Thank you. Michael?
Can I just say there was an opportunity to put right the wrongs of the past, and that opportunity quite clearly has not been taken. And that is, in my view, regrettable.
Thanks, Mary.
I believe it's certainly an enhancement to what's there at the moment, and the agents are looking at the sustainable aspect going forward, and to me that's what gives it a lot more credibility going forward.
Thank you. Joe?
I would also support that view as well.
Bryce?
Yeah, I agree. I like the design. I think it's a good design. I certainly think it is a better design than the current property. As I say, were it in any other context, I don't think there would be any question at all. But it's specific. The nature of it being specifically within a conservation area where the value is in relation to the buildings around it and the overall experience of the conservation area, which is specified in. And I would make the point that though the damage was done in the 70s or perhaps 80s, when it was built, the conservation area appraisal certainly postdates that. I think it's from 2011, 2012. So the conservation area appraisal was written with the presence of that contrasting building in mind, and it didn't specifically pick up on that or exclude it from retaining and enhancing not just its own individual design, but specifically retaining and enhancing the overall arts and crafts and garden city aesthetic of the whole conservation area. And that's why I do find myself having to agree with Michael on that. I think that the proposed designs do seem to expand on the contrast rather than maintain or diminish that contrast. But that said, as you say, it is a sustainable design, which is certainly a positive. And it is a good design. It's just, again, that context, which is what the conservation area is for, that I keep coming back to.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's so. To our speakers, you have the right to reply if you wish to respond. You've heard the committee discussion so far. So, Ms. Mew, if you want to come up, you've got 1 minute. Really, no new issues, just respond to what you've heard. Thanks.
Yes, of course, within this conservation area, you have a lot of arts, crafts and Edwardian traditional style buildings. But does that mean that we should be continuing that style? Surely they're beautiful in their own right because of when they were built and what they give us as a heritage. When we have a property like this, we have an opportunity to bring 21st century into it. The conservation area is conserved, but that doesn't mean we can't bring something new to it and allow that to be conserved as well. Better to have something that's been thought through and is sustainable than something that really brings nothing at all whatsoever. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Reeve, you've got the Okay, very good. Thank you very much, sir. So, members, we have a recommendation that permission is granted subject to conditions. Have I got a proposer for that? So Joe, and as a seconder, Mary. And can we take a vote on that, please? So 3, and those against 2. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. That's carried. Okay, members, thank you. We're on report item 10, but lest that make you optimistic, of course, we've deferred items 5 and 8, so we've 3 to go. So report item 10 is application number 23/00815. It's a full application for Myrtle Cottage, Roydon Lane in Boulder, Lymington, and it's going to be introduced again by Claire Wolfe. Claire.
Good afternoon again, members. This application is for an outbuilding outside of the conservation areas. The property is a non-designated heritage asset and that property is side onto the road. This application follows a previously granted application and the slides will reflect that by showing what has been approved and what is currently being assessed under this application. The outbuilding is located to the south of the dwelling. Should also be noted that works are being carried out to the dwelling at the moment, and these are subject to several previous applications as well as an existing application in its own right. That is not before members today. So this building has been built in most part, and here is what it looks like today. I will now take you through the slides. So it is that very southerly larger building on the proposed block plan there. It did previously come in with another outbuilding, but it is just purely this outbuilding we're looking at today. So on the ground floor plan, as you can see, the footprint of the main part of the building is exactly the same as previously granted. The log store has now been converted and increased and more formalised into a bin store, as well as 4 bikes and a motorcycle. The first floor is a home office, and there are some internal layouts, but otherwise is exactly the same as previously approved. The roof of the structure was previously a hipped roof. This is now a crown roof. It is 0.2 metres lower in height. There are 3 roof lights facing towards the field. This is the side elevation facing towards the house. This is one area that has changed. As you can see, it was previously a log store. Now it's enclosed storage. This is the elevation that faces towards the neighbour. This is towards Merrymead. And then this is the front elevation as we first saw on the constructed photo on the right-hand side. And this is the rear elevation, which just faces towards the fence and then fields. This outbuilding has a lower height overall, but the same footprint, albeit that the log store is now enclosed storage. The previous application is a material consideration in this case, so the key changes relate to the fenestration. There are some differences, as you'll have seen. The log store and the eaves height is also slightly higher, although it's not quite shown on that plan. It's probably easier shown on that plan there, where it is 0.2 metres taller than previously granted. So just going through the photos, this is the host dwelling as it was a couple of years ago in a previous application. This is what it looks like now, albeit it has come on a bit. They are doing extensive works which are subject to previous and current applications. This is the front of the outbuilding. This is the front of the outbuilding with it open. The side of the outbuilding that is facing towards the house. Again, a closer look at that. The rear of the building and the side of the outbuilding. This is just an internal layout, the picture from the inside on the upper floor. In summary, this outbuilding in its current form would not have, in my view, a greater impact on the character and appearance of the rural lane, heritage asset, national park or amenity space of the dwelling compared to the previously granted consent. The development would therefore not result in overdevelopment, and it is considered that the outbuilding would still comply with policies DP2, SP17, SP16, DP18 and DP37. There are conditions relating to the use of the building as well as to the landscaping of the wider site. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Any questions for Claire? Bryce.
I see the heights come down a bit. How much larger is the footprint overall? And has there been a change in the materials?
So there have been no changes in the materials, and whilst the overall enclosed area has increased, the extent to which that extended in length remains the same.
Okay, any more questions? Yeah, Joe.
On restrictions on the building, how do you carry that out?
So there is a standard condition that we use for outbuildings, if that's what you're referring to. It's number Condition number 1, which says that the building subject to this permission shall only be used for purposes incidental to the dwelling on site and shall not be used for habitable accommodation, such as living rooms, kitchens and bedrooms. So this is currently proposed for storage of cars, ancillary storage and 2 home offices. That is considered to comply with the requirement for it to be incidental and non-habitable.
Okay, no more questions, members, in which case we have a statement from Mr. Joe Purcell, who's in support of the application, but he couldn't be here. So Vicky's going to read that out on his behalf, again, within 3 minutes.
And no questions, please. The Parish Council's objections do not address the application proposals, which are principally to regulise the shape and form of the garage roof. A taller outbuilding of the same mass, bulk, footprint and materials has previously been permitted under the same local plan policies. During the course of the build, we felt the approved ridge height of the garage was too high, so from discussions with the builder, it was decided the height could be reduced and a workable internal headroom retained if a flat section of roof was created hidden from view via ridge tiled copings. As a result of the changes to the roof, the garage is now lower than the approved height. Thus, the outbuilding in its current form would have significantly lesser impact on the character and appearance of the house, Roydon Lane, and the neighbouring property compared to the previously granted application. The building has been built using locally sourced second-hand bricks, locally sourced untreated Waney edge timber cladding and plain clay tiles to match the roof of the house and barn, all approved under application 22000228. Both neighbours are happy with the design, materials, bulk and massing of the garage and have not objected to the amendments from the previously approved application.
Thank you very much, Vicky. Clearly we can't put any questions to Mr. Purcell. There's no speaker from the Parish Council as far as I'm aware. So they did have reservations which were in the paper that was before you, but we haven't got the opportunity to question them any further about that. So brings us to debate, essentially. Members, any views that you would like to put on the floor? Yep, second that. Someone, Joe, yeah, Joe, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm happy. So the recommendation is to grant subject to conditions. All those in favour? Thank you very much. That brings us to report item 5, which is application number 2300288. It's a full application for Passford Farm Cottage, Southampton Road in Boulder. So, and that's going to be presented by Carly. Welcome back, Carly.
Thank you, Chair. It's the last time you'll have to hear from me today, members. So the application site is located to the western side of Southampton Road and comprises a Grade 2 listed building situated centrally within the wider site, which features other residential properties. So it's this one here. This application retrospectively seeks permission for a means of enclosure along its southern boundary in the form of 2 metre high timber hit and miss fencing, planters, and a timber post and rail fence closest to the front boundary, which is currently, as the photos will show, kind of enclosed with some black mesh. So this is the timber hit and miss fencing, and you can see the planters, and this is this section here. Hopefully you can see with the pointer is it would be timber post and rail fencing. And it's just looking up in the opposite direction. There's quite a history to the site and the wider site, which is set out in the report, and I won't go into it in any detail now. But as I said, the wider site was subject to a public inquiry, which concluded in March 2022. And the means of enclosure at Passford Farm Cottage is subject to an enforcement notice, parts of which were upheld by the inspector, set out in paragraph 8.8 of the report. Whilst this proposal does not seek any changes to the means of enclosure, with the exception of the post and rail section to the front, the considerations are now slightly different as a result of the inspector's decision. The result of the appeal was that the site was severed into 3 different planning units, and therefore the means of enclosure no longer in itself facilitates the subdivision of the site. The main considerations therefore relate to the design of the fencing, and whilst alternative boundary treatments may be more preferable given the listed building setting, on balance it was not considered that the boundary treatment in its current form and with the post and rail section to be added is objectionable, and permission is therefore recommended subject to conditions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Any questions for Carly on this one? No. Bryce?
The hit and miss fencing, is that considered, it's not specified in the design guide, and it could arguably be put in either category of sensitive or suburbanizing. What do you have a stance on it?
So the conservation officer would prefer something maybe more appropriate in their view, for example, like a hazel hurdle fence. In this instance, and as a result of the inquiry, we have other properties on site which are enclosed with high close boarded fencing. And therefore, like I said, on balance, this isn't considered to be any worse than that. And we also can't impose and insist on particular boundary treatments. It wouldn't be reasonable to do so.
Okay, any other questions at this stage? No, we have no speakers on this item for or against or from the parish. So essentially we are in debate, members. Bryce, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I'll kick this off. I in my view, and my interpretation of the design guide, I would say that that is a suburbanizing boundary treatment, which should be precluded. In my interpretation of it, I do take the point that there's other equally suburbanizing boundary treatments, but I wonder if adding to that is not increasing the problem. I don't know if, it's that, just that in particular, it seems very inappropriate to the area.
Michael.
I think we could all recognise that perhaps it could be done better, but it is as we have, and I don't find it totally objectionable, so therefore I can support it.
Thank you, Joe.
And likewise, I would go along with it too.
And Mary's nodding her head. And I tend to agree. I don't think it's an ideal outcome, but given what happened at the inquiry last time, I really don't feel there's much mileage in us as a committee to run with this. So the recommendation is to grant subject to conditions. Could I have a proposer, Michael? Could I have a seconder? Mary, thank you very much. So all those in favour of the recommendation, please. And that's unanimous. Again, thank you very much, members. And that brings us to report item 8, which is the last of our planning items, but not the last agenda item, I hasten to add. So thank you, members, so far. So agenda item 8 is application number 2300689, full application for Candy's Burley Lawn, Burley, Ringwood. And it's going to be Claire again this time. Thank you, Claire.
Hello again. So Candy's is a 2-storey dwelling in the Burley Conservation Area. The property is located, let me use the laser, I haven't used it, in here. And this is an outbuilding. And then the representation you'll see within the report is from South Cottage, which is to the south here. The application proposes terracing to the rear in this location and this location here. The demolition of an area of the property here to be replaced with a 1-storey extension. There would be 2 dormers and there would be a 2-storey or a 1st floor extension on top of an existing 1-storey extension to the side of the property. The red hatching on this plan shows where the demolition would be and where the replacement single-storey extension would be located. The demolition would be, if granted, subject to a condition requiring that to be removed, so there would be no floor area increases above policy. This is the first floor plan, and that shows the ensuite dressing area, which is to be considered, and then the dormers are located here. So at the top we have the existing and then the proposed at the bottom. So the proposal would use exactly the same materials as the current property has and reflects the similar or the same style. As you can see, the orangery area has been removed, and that single-storey extension does extend a little bit beyond the side elevation of the host property. This is the side elevation where there's going to be that demolition. So it's this bit here that's going to be demolished. And then this is what is going to replace it with the two dormers. On this elevation, you can see the extension, single-storey extension, the dormers, which are very much subservient and in keeping with the host property, and then the additional area to the side. This is the southeast elevation of the property, and this reflects you might be able to see the dotted line of the bit that would be demolished, and then the extension over the top. And then just a section. This is the host property looking from the front to the right-hand side. That is an incidental outbuilding. Just a closer view there. So it's going to be in this location here where there'd be the two-storey part, and then the single-storey extension would just be visible here. Closer look there. This is the area that would be demolished. And there'd be terracing here and around this area here. And then the two-storey extension would be in this location. And then, as you can see just here, this is just from the side of the single-storey extension. This is South Cottage to the south of the property, and this is the incidental outbuilding. And that's just a side view of where that two-storey element would be going. And that is a street scene. So the property, the subject to this application is here, and then this is the neighbouring property. And just a slightly closer view there, this two-storey bit would be here. And then this bit, which you just differentiate in colour, is the outbuilding. Okay, so permission is recommended as per the report. It's subject to conditions as it would adhere to the requirements of policy DP36. It's considered that it would conserve and enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area in accordance with policy SP16 and result in an acceptable impact on neighbouring amenity. That is subject to conditions. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I suppose we should add that there be no objections to the proposal, as far as we're aware.
So the application is before members as it is an officer of the authority's relative. There has been one objection to the application, which is within the report, and that is based on neighbouring amenity and the impact on South Cottage. But it is before members today as a relative of an officer.
And the parish council have raised no objection. They're happy for us to take it under delegated powers, I believe. Yeah. Okay, members, there any questions at this stage to Claire? No? We have no speakers on this item, so we have a recommendation. Michael? Very good. Seconded by Joe. Very good. Thank you. So we have a recommendation to approve this. All those in favour? Good. Thank you very much, members. Which does bring us, I think, to the end of the planning items.
I just think we need to express appreciation to our officers for the way in which they battled through this particular planning meeting. And yeah, we do appreciate.
We have finished the planning items, Michael. And I agree with you. Well done to the planning team. What we do have to do is we have appeals. And then we have a potential part 2 item as well. But yeah, absolutely well done to the planning team. And thank you very much to everybody involved, including Vicky, for getting us this far. So we will move on in the agenda to item 6, which is planning appeals, which is over to Steve.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't proposing to run through these, but for newer members of the committee, we do report appeal decisions each month. And if you've got any queries or questions on those, I can deal with them now or after the meeting. But they are there for members to note. And apart from one, I think we were reasonably pleased with these appeals. I think one of the ones allowed, which was in Burley, that was against officer recommendation on that particular one. But similarly, the one on Sandy Balls, which is the last one where we had recommended approval, and you as a committee said, no, we think it should be refused, and the inspector agreed with the committee. So I thought I should point that one out as well. So, but yeah, nothing else to report on those, Chairman.
Okay. Michael?
Chairman, can we not choose the inspector who's going to look at our appeals? Because Mr. John Morrison, BA, does seem to be terribly unsympathetic to the national park.
Thank you, Michael. For those who are new members, an ongoing discussion about some of the planning inspectorate decisions that we get, which do occasionally raise concern, but we'll save that for another time, I think, Michael. I'm sure we will return to it. Okay. That means we are now getting to any other items which the chairman decides are urgent. I have none, so we can skate over that item. And to note the date of the next meeting, which is Tuesday, the 17th of October, back here, which we hope might be a slightly shorter meeting next time, but who knows. However, what we do have to do, we have one potential part 2 item, and I'm advised that we have to take a vote on proceeding into part 2. So if I could look for someone to propose and someone to second, thank you very much, colleagues. So we have that. So we are now in part 2. Yes. Which means that we must ask members of the public if they would leave the meeting. Thank you very much.